Welcome to a very special episode 100 of Fandom Post Radio. I'm Kestrel Swift, and I'm here alongside DJ Horn.
Hey!
Kane Walter.
Hello, hello, hello.
Kate O'Neill.
We have last names?
And Darius Washington.
How are you doing, everyone?
I'm alright. So for this momentous occasion, we will finally be counting down our top 10 anime of all time, and for all of you who sent us lists, we'll be counting down your top 10s as well. It's going to be a long one, so feel free to take breaks. We'll be taking a break between recording the first and second half, because it's going to be so long. So however long it takes, please stick around until the end to hear your lists, to hear our favorites, and at the very end, we will aggregate all of our lists together into one big collective top 10. So
I like the idea more that it's a top 10 for most of us, and then it's Kate just reading 10 anime names.
These are my top 10. They don't have to be your top 10. They're my top 10.
Yeah.
These are the 10 anime I have watched.
I had a list of 38 shows I had to narrow down for this. Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, Kestrel and I have like 38 shows from the last 2 seasons.
I mean, I do always have a top 100 ranked, so yeah.
I have way too many. But yeah, it took me a minute. This was a hard mental exercise. It really was.
Kate and I had to be dragged kicking and screaming into doing this.
Kane,
We got you here.
Kane was very good. Kate was kicking and screaming. Kane not so much, so I was happy about that. But we've got all your lists, and I'm happy. I feel like seeing your lists, I have like a better perspective on kind of your identity as anime fans. That's something I've always been curious about with people, so I was glad to do this exercise, force you to do it, and curious to hear what you'll have to say about them.
Yay.
So,
Yeah, I'm interested to... I want to see how many I can get right, maybe not in order. I've made like mental notes of people's...
do you want to guess?
To see... Yeah, well, I think I could get most of yours, Kestrel, actually.
All right.
You're probably the only one.
With number 10, what's my number 10, Kane?
Your number 10. Well, see, I think I can get your 5. It's the 10 that's going to really fuck things up for me.
We'll try the top 5. All right, so my number 10 anime of all time is A Silent Voice. This is a film by Kyoto Animation, who is known for creating very beautiful works of art, both visually and emotionally, even more so when they have a movie to work with. And this one, combined with really, I think, the peak of Naoko Yamada's career as a director so far, really made them someone that could compete with, Miyazaki, Ghibli, Hosoda, Shinkai as films that are not for anime fans. Just great works of animation that happen to be from Japan that anyone could watch. This one, comes from a manga that was already very acclaimed, so there were already a lot of expectations going in. Condensing a series into a movie isn't always a great idea, but I think everything just kind of coalesced into the perfect version of the story that they could make. It's amazingly beautiful. It's so well written from the source material, so well directed, so much creativity and passion in the direction, and the music is very subdued but very powerful. It's a story that starts off in a very uncomfortable way, something that you wouldn't normally start off your story with, which is an extended period of time of having you hate your protagonist because he's just a child, and with children, sometimes they, do bad things, and then they grow up into very different people, and they regret those childhood actions of theirs, and that's something that it's hard to reconcile with, especially when your actions as a child were bullying a disabled child, someone who is sweet and innocent and never did anything wrong, tried to be friends with you, and you just destroyed their lives. That's about as bad as you can get, especially when you grow up into a self-reflective young man. And this really explores how that guilt and regret can just eat away at someone, drive them to suicidal depression, and then ultimately a path for redemption. And then it gets into exploring, the imposter syndrome of not feeling like you deserve forgiveness and that you deserve friendship or love or any relationships with humans. So we see this through the protagonist. We see him close off the world, retreat into his shell, and just beat himself up and struggle with the fact that some people do like him, and there are a great many complex social dynamics that arise from him and his interactions with the various characters. So yeah, it's a very powerful story, and I think just in terms of everything about its presentation, how beautiful it is, how emotional it is, and just how well crafted it is. It is, I'm going to spoil this, the only film on my top 10.
Wow.
Yep, I know. It was close.
Wow. Yeah, that is surprising to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree on all counts. I think not only is this one of the best animated movies, it's one of the best movies. It's just it's the only thing I've ever watched that I think has caused me like physical pain.
Mm-hmm.
Because I saw this in theaters. I own the Blu-ray. I haven't even watched it, but like when I saw it in theaters, I was like, I feel like I put dents into the chair because my fucking nails were just like gripping it so hard for the first half hour of the movie, and it was really, I don't want to say touching because it wasn't like the good kind of touching. It was just such an experience that I wanted to scream. You can't scream because you're in a theater, but it was something I did not expect to feel and likely never will again. It's just a really special film all around, and I'm glad that so many people have, like, even people that aren't anime fans, like Esther was saying before. I'm so happy that so many people are watching this movie because it's something that can be appreciated by everyone. It's just that good.
Yep. All right, DJ.
I would honestly.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I want to say I love this film, and I initially, when I first saw it, there was this one thing that they were kind of promoting about it, and it actually honestly made the film that much better for me. I remember Stephanie Shea, who was directing the dub, she cast a deaf voice actress for the English dub, and it's honestly one of my favorite dubs ever. And it made the experience of watching this film just hit harder. It's like, oh my goodness, it just. I really felt for all characters involved, and the nature of, you grow from being the bully to being a bit more sensitive and to the things that go around you. And it's a wonderful story about how childhood can shape you for better or worse and everything. But yes, I have a few films on my list as well, and I'm like, okay, how do I try to craft my list? And just by a narrow margin, there were a couple of fantastic films. This is one of them that I just didn't put on my own list. But yeah, I'm glad we get to talk about this one today. It's a hell of a film. And if I were ever to try to teach, say, high school kids about anime and everything, this would probably be one that I would use for several different reasons. It's an awesome film.
That reminds me, with that dub that you mentioned it, how the redub of Tokyo Godfathers used a trans actress to play Hana.
Nice.
Yeah,
so
I think that was also cast by Michael Center Nicholas and Stephanie Shea. So yeah, at NYAV Post they do a lot of that kind of, outside of the normal bounds of anime dub casting. For
I mean, she knocked it out of the park too. Like she was a very good actress on top of that, and it added some more realism to the role, which just makes a great character even better, just in terms of Hana. But yes, that's what it reminded me of when you said that they had cast a deaf actress to play, the deaf main character of a silent voice. So
yeah, it's wonderful stuff.
All right, DJ, what is your number 10?
My number 10, and I'm really excited to put this at number 10 because it's sort of how it's my penance for not making it my anime of the year in 2018 and giving that to something else that is not in my top 10 overall. But my number 10 is A Place Further Than the Universe. It is one of the and there's going to be a recurring theme of just shows that have touched me in my top 10, and this is no exception to that. It broke me in a number of ways, but apart from just being broken, which is one of my favorite hobbies, it's an anime that shows a group of friends just being friends, and it feels a lot more realistic in doing that than a lot of other shows that try to do the same thing. Just the chemistry between the four main characters that are all wonderfully acted, by the way. The cast is phenomenal for this. It feels so genuine, and just so special that it was an easy pick for my top 10. And ever since I didn't give it number 1 that year, I have been kicking myself over and over and over and over and over because Violet Evergarden, which was my choice, is a great show. It's masterfully put together, and it's perfect all around. But there was a level of sentimentality is probably not the right word to use, but this it felt a lot more personal to me, which is strange because I'm not a teenage girl that had any desire to go to Antarctica, and that is what the show is about. Yeah, it's spoiler alert. I'm not a teenage girl.
But do you want to go to Antarctica?
I didn't before watching that show, but now afterwards, I'm like, you know what? I feel like that would be a nice journey of self-discovery, and that's really what the show is about. It's the tale of one girl on a mission to find her mother, who she has lost contact with after her mother went to Antarctica, and she brings along 3 friends who just all sort of codepend on each other and really just help each other through their own inadequacies while being the support system that the main character needs to sort of go through with this journey and get over what has been the biggest hump in her life and the only thing blocking her towards moving forward. Ever since her mother left, her entire goal has been to find her, and it's just the culmination of that happening with a wonderful cast and great chemistry that really turns this show into something that I think is unforgettable. Everyone that I've recommended it to has loved it as well, and it's just, even down to the animation quality, there's nothing bad about this. It's so special and very shiny, which is a weird word to describe an anime with, but I feel like it's apt when it comes to A Place Further Than the Universe. I want there to be more things like this, but it's just so unique and so intimate that I have a hard time believing there will be many other shows that can measure up to it or even follow in the same vein. It's one of the best things I've ever watched. I'm probably going to say that for every single one of the things on my top 10, save like one, which isn't admittedly great, but we'll get to that later. This is great, and I think that it's another show that even people who don't like anime or aren't interested in anime, I think it's something that those people can enjoy as well.
All right. Darius, what is your number 10?
Okay, mine is this is one that people rarely, I don't think anybody speaks about much anymore. This is one called Hare plus Goo, or Everything Was Nice in the Jungle, Then Came Goo. It's from the early 2000s, and people who they may or may not know me very much. I don't like most anime comedies. I just don't. A lot of it is fan service based, and it just that aspect, that trope really just does bug me. I just don't watch the show very much beyond that. This one is like one of maybe a couple that I saw that really had some heart to it, because he had this little boy. He's just in the jungle with his mom, and his mom's a bit boozy and she torments him a bit, but she still has her fun qualities. And next thing you know, she adopts this little girl just out of the blue, who apparently up and eats him in the first episode, but spits him back out, fortunately. And Haru's like, what the hell is going on? But she's also the ultimate protector for Haru. And you see them have this goofy relationship with and they with the various occupants of the island and everything. And the ending has this. It's a wonderful ending because you find out that Haru's mother is a single mom, and when she turned up pregnant with Haru, she was kicked out of her family practically, and basically Haru and Gu spend the last two episodes reuniting Haru with her mother. I'm sorry, Haru's mom with their grandmother, and it's a very touching episode. So yeah, I don't see that very much in most comedies. I really enjoyed the heck out of it. So just to save time for everybody, I'll stop talking about it right now. But it's something that really stayed with me, and about the only comedy on my list. Thank you.
Mic drop.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, mic drop, really.
All right, Kane, what about your number 10?
My number 10 is a cultural touchstone. Boom. And that is Initial D, baby. The car anime. Well, the car like property, period. But I guess one of the things I need to say about my list in general is that it's not like objectively good, so there's going to be stuff that's not in here because you could make a lot of cases for Initial D looking like shit at all times. So, or not having very like deep emotional connections to people, but Eurobeat is the reason Initial D is the way it is. I mean, the cars are great. It's got incredible attention to them, even in their really like janky 3D CGI. From, you know, the legendary AE-86, the tofu delivery vehicle, to Keisuke Takahashi's RX-7, which my mom actually owned one of, which was cool. She put it into a telephone pole, which makes sense. It's just such a fun show, and it has all of the arcade games that have lines, you know, going to the back of the room at any convention that I go to, because people just love drifting and to running in the 90s and all that good shit. So Initial D just had to be here because it's one of the anime that brought my friend group together as well, because it's one of the few when we were first talking about anime that at least everybody knew of and everybody could kind of bond over, was the crazy drifting cars and the you can't spill a drop of water out of the cup, or there's a race down Mount Akino one time where the drivers have their hands duct taped to the steering wheels so they can't like turn except in extreme angles. They can't take their hands off the wheels. But yeah, Initial D is just one of the most fun times ever, especially if you like love the Eurobeat in there. Unfortunately, I don't think the movies did. The Legend remakes don't have Eurobeat, so if you really want the true experience, you gotta watch the original anime, which I think is 3 different series and a movie. I know it's a mix of movies and individual series called stages, and there's like 5 or 6 stages. Stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, and final. But yeah, Initial D is definitely in my number 10 just for the fun memories and just the blast that it is to watch it and experience it in its early CGI glory. So that is definitely my number 10.
Nice. Yeah, and just to note, I purposely didn't say like greatest anime of all time or even favorite, because I wanted everyone to interpret top 10 however they wanted. So totally valid.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way because I figured I was going to get roasted for some of these because everyone's like a silent voice and all these things that touch them emotionally. I'm like, I like it when the cars go fast.
Totally valid. All right. Kate, what is your number 10?
I will preface my number 10 by saying the exact same thing that Kane did. Don't judge me. This is...
Your number 10 is great. I don't know what you're talking about. On my list, which I had to narrow down from 38 shows to a lean 22 shows down to 10 shows, Morbido, Guardian of the Spirit, ended up in my number 10 slot for no other reason than it somehow managed to beat out all of the other things on my list for nebulous reasons that I can't really articulate in comparison to the other things that it kicked off the list. It is on the list because it was an extremely well put together fantasy series, an adaptation of a novel series that happened to star a woman warrior who is tasked with protecting a prince who is basically outcast because there is something wrong with him. And the mystery of what is wrong with him, can they save this kid, and what does it mean for the kingdom, stretches out over the course of the series. It's been released and re-released and re-released a couple of times. I think it got a TV run at some point. Yep.
And the show is just this very well-paced, slow burn, drama with very low fantasy, but there's definitely fantasy there. Great fight scenes, just really well put together. And it beat out so many other things to end up at number 10, but there are a million other things that could have been number 10 on my list, and I feel like they are all equal in my heart. But Morbido is landed there. For no other reason than that.
Sounds good to me. All right, and in between each of these, we will be listing some of our submissions. So I'm going to start off with the list that I got from some friends and other acquaintances. So first couple of these, when we say that it's totally up to your interpretation, these really speak volumes to that. These are from a couple of my convention friends. So Michael Yee, number 10, Attack on Titan. Number 9, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 8, Gurren Lagann. Number 7, Fairy Tail. Number 6, Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. Number 5, One Piece. Number 4, Naruto. Here's where it gets fun. Number 3, Yu-Gi-Oh! Number 2, Dragon Ball Z. Number 1, Pokemon. And with a lot of overlap as that, our other friend Lewis, his number 10 is Soul Eater. Number 9, Erased. Number 8, Clonad After Story. Number 7, Fairy Tail. Number 6, Attack on Titan. And then it gets fun. Number 5, Beyblade. Number 4, Yu-Gi-Oh! Number 3, Sword Art Online. Number 2, Digimon. Number 1, Pokemon.
Interesting.
Do they mean like the original Pokemon or just any? Because there's like shit tons of Pokemon anime. Do they just mean Ash Ketchum and, Brock and Misty, like the original, so to speak? Or do they just mean in general, like anything?
Michael specified Indigo League, and I assume Lewis is going off the same. Because, looking at their top few, you can clearly tell that theirs are both very based in nostalgia, so I would say that's a safe assumption. All right, and then some of my other friends, we've got Wayne Fawn, number 10, Welcome to the NHK, number 9, Spirited Away, number 8, Fate Zero, number 7, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, number 6, One Punch Man, number 5, Code Geass, number 4, Clonad After Story, number 3, Attack on Titan, number 2, Gurren Lagann, number 1, Steins Gate.
That's a
Brandon,
solid top 10.
Yeah,
I like
for
that friend.
for sure.
I was hoping for another Pokemon number one.
Number one Pokemon.
Number one Pokemon.
If you go to Anime NYC, you'll meet that friend. He's the other one I was talking about who buys all the Eroge.
Oh, okay.
And has played your
all right.
that guy.
and has played
It
your
makes
game.
sense then.
Yeah. He's played your game, so you're in good company there.
Hell yeah, that guy. Thank you.
Then we got Brandon Arnold. He is my film buff friend who has not seen many anime, but he's seen all the classic films and a few series. So, number 10, Grave of the Fireflies. Number 9, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Number 8, Princess Mononoke. Number 7, My Neighbor Totoro. Number 6, Kane's favorite, Weathering with You. Number 5, A Silent Voice. Number 4, Attack on Titan. Number 3, Akira. Number 2, Death Note. And number 1, Your Name. Then we have...
Yo, is that the first Death Note appearance?
Yeah, I mean, we're very early on. There's going to be a lot of Death
Right.
Yeah,
Notes.
we'll have more.
Yeah. Then we've got Morgan Judd. Number 10, Gurren Lagann. Number 9, Saint Seiya. Number 8, Grave of the Fireflies. Number 7, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. Number 6, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Number 5, Cowboy Bebop. Number 4, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 3, Attack on Titan. Number 2, Spirited Away. Number 1, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Then we
That's
have...
our first EVA, isn't it?
It is. Again, very early on.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, it was our first Bebop. You're going to hear a lot of that.
Shoutouts to that guy for Gundam Wing, because that was almost on my list.
Nice.
That's the only Gundam that I have any memory of.
That's true for a lot of Americans.
I feel like that's because it was on Toonami.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Then we have my wife, Caitlin Swift. Number 10.
You didn't say that correctly.
What's that? Was I supposed to say it like...
He wants the Borat voice.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you have
see.
to do the Borat.
I see. No. Number 10. Kiki's Delivery Service. Number 9, Clonad After Story. Number 8, Maiden Abyss. Number 7, Dr. Stone. Number 6, Mushishi. Number 5, Fruits Basket. Number 4, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 3, Attack on Titan. Number 2, Your Name. And number 1, Gintama. Then,
I think I know why you're married to this woman now.
I mean, I think it's the other way around. She only watches stuff that I direct her to watch because we're married.
Okay,
Yeah,
never
that's what I
mind.
was gonna say.
Never mind. I take it back.
Yeah. Anyway, then we have my friend Derek Clark. Number 10, Fooly Cooly. Number 9, Gurren Lagann. Number 8, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Number 7, Attack on Titan. Number 6, Mob Psycho 100. Number 5, Anohana. Number 4, Steins Gate. Number 3, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 2, Hunter x Hunter. And number 1, Clonad After Story. And then...
I like the number 1.
Yeah, might hear more about that. Then we have Sam Brissett. Number 10, Violet Evergarden. Number 9, DJ's favorite, Asobi Asobase. Number 8, Dr. Stone. Number 7, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Number 6, One Punch Man. Number 5, Konosuba. Number 4, Demon Slayer. Number 3, Mob Psycho 100. Number 2, Cowboy Bebop. And number 1, Attack on Titan. And then finally, a coworker of mine who I just asked yesterday, and he said he hasn't seen much anime, but he had a pretty solid top 10 anyway. So number 10, Akira. Number 9, Dragon Ball. Number 8, Kiki's Delivery Service. Number 7, My Neighbor Totoro. Number 6, Samurai Champloo. Number 5, Spirited Away. Number 4, One Piece. Number 3, Ghost in the Shell. Number 2, Cowboy Bebop. And number 1, Princess Mononoke.
That
That's a solid
Dragon
list.
Ball pick, is that the entirety of Dragon Ball or
So-
specifically the original Dragon Ball?
So this is something that I ran into a lot while aggregating these lists together. When people put in sequels, whether to group them with the original or not. In most cases I did, but since I got a lot of Dragon Ball submissions and a lot of Dragon Ball Z submissions, I considered them separate only because so many people
Gotcha.
in the US have, such nostalgia for Dragon Ball Z as an independent entity. So
Yeah.
I didn't reach out to each of these people to ask whether they meant the whole thing or not, but he considered his Ghost in the Shell entry to be the entire franchise, even though it has multiple completely independent continuities. So I would guess Dragon Ball is the same deal.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. All right. And now on to our number 9s. Darius, what is your number 9?
Mine is, I was trying to figure out which Studio Ghibli film I liked the most. And it really was a toss-up between Nausicaa, Violet of the Wind, which is what I ultimately used. It was either that or Isaiah Takahata's The Tale of Princess Kaguya, his magnum opus. Either one of them could honestly fit at number 9, depending which day you caught me. I just happened to just flip a coin, to be honest. Nausicaa, though, it was one of the earliest anime I'd come across in the late 80s. And I was actually unaware of the whole thing with Warriors of the Wind at the time. And people were telling me, like, there's this thing, Warriors of the Wind. Well, you need to go look at it. I was like, what? Okay. And I watched it. I was like, ooh, okay, I see why people hate it so much. And I could tell, like, all the action was cut out and a lot of bad dialogue. And then Nausicaa herself is barely even on the cover of the box. But Nausicaa completely grabbed me. She's a wonderful heroine. And I loved her way of dealing with the bugs, the big-eyed monsters. I can't remember the name of the creatures now. It hurts. But Omu, thank you.
Omu.
Thank you. And basically, you can see either they're going to be docile or they're going to go red-eyed and be very angry. And her actual way with them. But it was just a beautiful piece of work. The backgrounds, the story, the way the story played out. Basically, she's actually trying to preserve peace with everybody involved, not just her people, and not just the antagonist people that she deals with, and not just with the Omu, who really are not very bad, really. But so yeah, so something that struck me, and then Joe Hisashi's music also helped a lot with that. But it was just a beautiful experience, and it's just throughout Miyazaki's career and actually all of the Studio Ghibli's output, I was like, I kept finding myself comparing everything to that. And like I said, it could have been either this or Takahata's work. Hopefully, next week I'm hopefully going to be, God willing, going to this Miyazaki exhibit in LA, and hopefully they'll have some words about that, and hopefully experience that. But it made me want to experience more of his work and more of Ghibli's work overall. So Nausicaa basically left a lasting impression over me. Like I said, for the last 30 years I've been watching anime, and so it's number 9 on my list.
All right, Kate, what about your number 9?
Oh God, me. Okay. And a shock to no one. And a shock. I forgot to read my disclaimer before, so I'm going to read my disclaimer now. My disclaimer was, this list only contains shows I've watched all the way through.
Oh.
Which is important because you know me, and I still haven't finished Steins Gate because it's sitting, because I'm me. So I only
had the perfect opportunity, Kate.
I know. I only included shows that stuck with me for aesthetic, or you had to be there moments.
If anyone else would have made that disclosure, I would have said that was bullshit, but knowing you, it's proper. It's a good call.
If you've listened to this podcast before, you will know that there are shows that I will talk about that I've never seen the end of. So let it be known that I'm only talking about shows that I've actually seen all the way through. And just because my show isn't on the list doesn't mean it isn't some masterpiece, but because of circumstances in my life, my viewing habits, or the phase of the moon might have impacted my placement on this list. Okay, that was my disclaimer. I forgot I wrote that out just for this. My other disclaimer and my theme of my list is, it's a great show, too bad they never made a second season. With that in mind, my number 9 is Darker Than Black. Only at number 9 on my list, because I hate ranking things. I don't know, I just love that show.
All right,
it's too bad they never made a second season.
I'm just kidding.
I love that show. I'm a fan of the character designer's work. That show is great. You had to be there for all the electric Batman memes. Oh, Chinese electric Batman memes that were going around when that show was on the air. It kind of fell into that weird nebulous place right before streaming took off. Like, that weird, like, everybody was still pirating shit window of time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, that was a really good, like, chunk of, like, 2 years of anime. Like, 2000, whatever year that came out. 2007, 2008 was, like, that perfect, like, time chunk of, like, there were a lot of very good shows in that time window.
It got that janked up DVD release.
Yeah.
That I own that one. It's not as bad as what people think. I only had one episode like get stuck, and if you hit the forward button once, you skipped like 2 seconds of content.
Yeah,
and it was like the opening theme. So it really wasn't bad.
I don't remember if I had a bad set or not. I don't know if I even knew there was bad sets of that show out there.
There was. I didn't know it when I bought it, and then when I looked it up later, they're like, "Oh, this is the shit one."
Oh God!
It's like it skipped one time. Like it wasn't that big of a deal. So, and it was way cheaper than the fixed one. Like way cheaper.
I don't know. I was buying it was being released in singles, so yeah, shit's old now. Turns out, not as old as some of the stuff on this list, but. Man, what is time? Anyway, Darker Than Black. Great theme song. Good show. Too bad they never made a second season.
Indeed. Alright, DJ, what is your number 9?
My number 9 is a show that someone on your friends list had. I think they're number 10 or something, and that's Welcome to the NHK. This show is the show that I very typically call the most important anime. Not in the sense that it was an inspiration to a lot of other shows that tried to piggyback off of it. And I'm sure that was the case for many. But important in the sense that it is very directly relatable to, and this is stereotyping a little bit, a lot of people who watch anime. It features the story of a 22-year-old hikikomori, or NEET, basically a guy who just stays inside of his house all day and is hiding from the world. And that's me, and that's a lot of you. And it's something that hits very close to home, particularly because it is centered around showing people the horrible sides of that and the sort of effect it can have on not only that person's mentality, but the people around them, and how it makes forming relationships a lot harder than it already is, which is something we know is very hard. It's just 24 episodes of pain and goofiness, and all of it is, even in the moments that are extremely silly, like there's an arc where he gets addicted to an MMO, and there's like a cat girl, and you see his avatar like as the character. Even those moments, when it kind of pans out and shows you the severity of how that can impact a person's actual life, it really resonates with a lot of what I think is just, I don't know. I don't really know where I'm going with it. It's an important message is what I'm trying to say, and it's just full of important messages and things that we can painfully relate to and try to look away from. But at the end of the day, they're going to come back to haunt us. I know a lot of people who have tried to watch this and have just dropped it because it hit too close to home. And I think shows like that are shows that we need more of. I think that showcasing the harsh realities of any industry or any circle is an important part of that circle. You can't just take the good, you have to take the bad as well. And Welcome to the NHK is all about showing you the bad. And I guess, in a sense, a light at the end of the tunnel. It's a lot of, okay, well, life is hell right now, but what if it's not? And it's the what if it's not that makes it such an important show and such an important message that it's trying to tell its viewers.
I got a couple brief comments about this one. One of the last things you said reminded me, I have a friend from college who watched this show in college and kind of sunk into a little bit of a depression for the next like week or so. So yeah, between that and like the manga Oyasumi Poon Poon, those are stories that can really hit you hard. And yeah, this also has a kind of special place in my heart. DJ and I were talking about his top openings and endings the past few days, because that's what we do. We rank everything and talk about rankings. And one of his comments was that the opening made him nostalgic before he had ever watched the series, and that just like perfectly encapsulated how I felt when I first saw the opening and when I go back to it, and just how I feel about the show. It has this weird sense of nostalgia. Even though, you know, it's this off-the-walls comedy and it's really depressing and deals with issues that are definitely outside of my area of experience, but it just feels so real and relatable. So yeah, good choice.
It's just, I think it's another show that everyone can find some sort of appreciation for, except for the people who are dramatically opposed to anime as a whole, because it does center around that topic, and I'm sure that a lot of its material is rather cringy, especially in the first few episodes. But overall, it's definitely, once again, a very important show with a very important message that relates to a lot of people, whether they like it or not.
Sorry, I have one more comment. Since I've been working from home, I have been blasting my anime music 8 hours a day, and so every time I just think about the scene at the beginning, and I think of all of my neighbors as Sato having to hear the shitty fucking anime opening played over and over again. Anyway,
oh man.
So moving on, in a kind of similar vein in some ways, my number 9 anime of all time is Gintama. So this
Shock.
What? Oh yeah, shock. I forgot to ask Kane what my number 9 was. Anyway, this is the classic anime comedy that people who are into it are always talking about, and I would say I largely don't love comedy anime all that much. I can like aspects of it, but it rarely makes me really laugh that much. Gintama probably makes me laugh more than in the universe. It is the funniest thing I've ever seen in any form. It's full of anime references, but like I listed off, it's Caitlin's favorite anime of all time, and she watched it before having watched almost any anime. So even with all the anime references, all the Japanese cultural references, there is just so much perfect universal comedy in it. And it's actually a lot better in anime form than manga form, because the direction just adds so much to the timing, adds so much, and it has a bunch of quote filler, but because of the nature of the series and what works so well in it, some of the filler is indistinguishable and a lot better than a lot of the content that's actually from the manga. And that would all be great on its own, but it will also just switch to being completely serious at the drop of a hat, and it will pull that off, both the transition and, the few episodes or however long it spends, sometimes entire, seasons, being mostly serious, just as well as it pulls off being comedic. And it shouldn't be possible, but it just seems effortless and organic, and it manages to be just one of the best shonen action series when it wants to be. Other series will spend just as much time trying to be just a serious action show, and Gintama will spend 100 episodes just dicking around, and then switch to that mode for a few episodes, and it'll be better at it. It's approaching its ending. The manga has been over for several years now, and the final movie that adapts the final content of the manga came out in Japan at the beginning of this year, and is coming out in the US late this year and early next year. So I'm very excited for that. It's been on a pretty plot-centric run for the past few seasons, and it's actually done a really good job at weaving together its plot kind of subtly in the background of all of the comedy and disconnected short arcs throughout the first few hundred episodes of the series. So yeah, it's a pretty intricate, well-woven plot, and it builds on everything that comes up. So yeah, very impressive series all around. That is my number 9. Kane, do you want to talk about your number 9?
Sure. It's another comedy anime, which is fun. I like seeing the representation of funny shows on here, and not just cool cars and emotional, heartbreaking, depression-causing shows, because the comedy can be good too. But my number 9 is Uramichi Onisan.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I really, really like Uramichi Onisan, and I think it's because it has the sort of, not a triple threat, but a let's just call it a double threat, so to speak, of that. The comedy, I think, is generally funny, and it has some slapstick in it, but also I can relate to all of it, since I am, and as we talked about it on the episode, you guys are, for the most part, in the exact demographic it's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I can just I can relate to it, which brings a little bit of pain sometimes, but I think that pain magnifies the humor in it, and it kind of gives it a cathartic sense as well. Like, I'm laughing but also relieving stress, because even though they're animated, I'm like, I'm not alone. Lots of people are in dead-end jobs and hate their lives in a lot of ways, but still find ways to get through the day, and even like some inspiration and camaraderie amongst the others that are in a very similar position to you. So I've liked a lot of comedy shows before, but I think Uramichi Onisan is the first one where every time I think about it, I at least smile, even if I'm in public, and laugh about it, whether it's the kids feeling sorry for Uramichi, even in almost understanding that he's in a shit situation, to all of the really weird songs and characters that Uramichi comes up with that they try to sell as merchandise, or just like the slapstick involving Kumao-kun and Usao, like the bear and the rabbit, when they go a little slapstick and they like hit each other and stuff. So it's got a lot of different angles it's coming at. But yeah, I really, really like Uramichi Onisan. I don't think it's ever going to get any more than this, because I think that's just about the end of it. I guess you could always make more. I mean, The Office got fucking 9 seasons or however many.
I don't think they need, but I'd gladly accept it.
Yeah, I don't think they need more either, but yeah, I would definitely accept more. But yeah, this just, it checked all the boxes. I was like, oh, it's funny because there's some slapstick. Oh, it's funny because there's interesting, weird faces and songs. Oh, also, everybody hates their jobs. Check. Like, it just kind of got everything.
It's kind of like watching that show's kind of like laughing at yourself in a way.
Yeah, that's very true.
All the shitty parts about life get lighter when you can laugh about them. That's just what it sets out to do.
Yeah, and it makes you, it allows you to laugh at yourself, and also kind of just like relate to other people, because if you went into any of the Reddit threads on the anime Reddit, which for the most part is a cesspool, but
yeah,
if you were
any anime internet community is a cesspool.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But on the Reddit one, every time it was that week's review of the Uramichi episode, all the top comments were just, is this me, I feel this, is this me? I was like, look at all these people that are in the same position as I am.
We're all so miserable, yay.
But there is humor in that, and that's what Uramichi kind of capitalizes on, is that there is humor to be extracted out of that, which is what a lot of dark humor is. And I like that. I really, really like that Uramichi is dark humor, but it's not dark humor in like an edgy 13-year-old way. It's not like, oh, dead baby jokes or whatever that people like to think is dark comedy, but is really just like immature edgelord shit. Like, this is like existential dread comedy. So I like that it hits in layers. But yeah, so Uramichi Onisan is my number 9. And I may even purchase it for somewhere close to MSRP.
Wow.
Mark that I said somewhere close to MSRP. I want to make that very clear.
All right.
I mean, to be fair, you can pick up almost anything off Right Stuff for cheaper than it's actually being sold as. So
yeah, you definitely won't pay MSRP on the internet. All right.
Darius.
Yeah.
oh my god, lists.
Darius, do you have the submissions that you got from your Twitter post?
Yeah, scrolling them right now. By the way, to the Twitter users, you have very interesting names, so please forgive me in advance if I botch a few of these. Like I said, they're quite colorful. To start with, I have Wati the Deku Stan CEO of MHA.
Okay.
Yep, that's all of that is his name. We couldn't just go
I think I can guess at least one of the shows in his top 10.
Yeah. We couldn't just go with the pimp named Slipback. We had to go even longer than that. All right. So, number 10, Black Clover. Number 9, Your Name. Number 8, Assassination Classroom. Number 7, Death Note. Number 6, Dragon Ball. Number 5, Hunter x Hunter. Or Hunter x Hunter, Hunter x Times Hunter. I can't tell.
It's Hunter x Hunter. You had it right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Harui is number 4. Number 3 is Demon Slayer. Number 2, Naruto. And number 1 is MHA. I'm going to guess that's My Hero Academia that I see attached to his name. Alrighty. Let me scroll down here till I get to another list. Oh, look. Here goes another list for you. From Blaze V. Thank you for having a short name. All right. It didn't have it in any order, but it's just, I guess they said this top 10 series, so go with that. FMA Brotherhood, Eureka 7, Big Windup, Maison Ikoku, Hajime no Ippo, the Area 88 OAVs, Eccentric Family, Last Exile, Monster, and Berserk. Alright, cool.
Damn, Area 88.
Yes.
Shit.
I love that. Yeah, I love
Whoever
this.
put that in is a real one, because that is a deep cut.
I love that show myself, so that's awesome.
It's great, yeah.
Good list. Eccentric Family on there.
Let's see. Jason Fetters, how you doing, man? His top 10 include number 10, Space Battleship Yamato Star Blazers. Number 9, Kimagure Orange Road. Number 8, Maison Ikoku. Number 7, Nausicaa Valley of the Wind. Number 6, The Dirty Pair. Number 5, Dominion Tank Police. Number 4, Genshiken. Number 3, Cowboy Bebop. Number 2, Gundam Char's Counterattack. And number 1, Evangelion. I just realized. Interesting. I forgot about Cowboy Bebop. Weird. Keep going here.
The only person on the planet's probably forgot about Bebop right now.
Yeah.
I wrote a lot of stuff, and like I said, 30 years, you kind of forget some good stuff. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, did that? Oh, somebody else wrote this. Oh, Jesus. Okay, Tom. Okay, all right. You didn't have a number, so I'm just gonna go write this down here. Akira, Ghost in the Shell, Aju, Galaxy Express 999, Gunbuster, Ping Pong the Animation, Bubblegum Crisis, Mob Psycho 100, Yuroshi Yatsura, Beautiful Dreamer, Future Boy Conan, and Macross Do You Remember Love. All right, thank you very much on that. And I have a Mandalorian. Nice. No numbers on this one, but goes with Yuri on Ice, Fruits Basket, Haikyuu, My Hero Academia, The Great Pretender, Skate the Infinity, Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, that's an interesting name, Demon Slayer, Given, and Eden Zero. Quite interesting. I have to remember this. All right. And Lum Ranma Yasha. Gee, I wonder who their favorite mangaka is. We have number 10, Your Name. Number 9, Mind Game. Number 8, Promare. Number 7, Tokyo Godfathers. Number 6, Makia. Number 5, The Tale of Princess Kaguya. Number 4, The Wind Rises. Number 3, A Silent Voice. Number 2, Yuroshi Yatsura Alumna Forever. And number 1 is Yatsura Beautiful Dreamer. Okay. All right. And now I have Jesse Silver. No numbers with this one. Let's see. Deno Koyo, Revolutionary Girl Utena, Kaiba, From the New World, Madoka Magica, or I just Madoka, I guess. Showa, Genroku, Rakugo, Shinju. Okay.
Descending Stories? Is that right?
Yes.
Am I right on that? Yes.
Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju. Yes.
Oh my god. Descending Stories. Continue.
Okay. Thank you. The Tatami Galaxy. There's a sequel to that, isn't there? Okay. Mononoke.
News that we're not covering this week.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was a few episodes ago.
Sorry, Disney.
There you go. Okay.
Let's see. We got
Rage.
Planet with Ping Pong the Animation, Review Starlight, and Princess Tutu. Oh,
Review Starlight.
yeah.
Interesting.
Is that a hot take?
I mean, I have one friend who absolutely loves it. I
Same.
played the mobile game and watched the anime. It's fine.
DJ,
Oh,
remember?
wait. Those last
remember
two
Chang?
were apparently. I'm
Never
sorry.
mind. DJ, do you remember Chang from Otakon?
Yes.
Yeah. Review Starlight is probably one of his favorites.
That's such an interest. Like, I don't have anything against it. It's just such an interesting pick.
He went to like
Actually-
a Bushi Road convention just for that show.
Huh.
Oh, wow. Actually, I misread. Review Starlight and Princess Tutu were just outside her top 10, but she liked enough to mention, I guess, at 11 and 12. Let's see. I think that's about it from my own Twitter. I'm scrolling down here. Yeah, I think that's about it. So
Cool. We can move
All right.
on to number 8. So DJ, you want to start with your number 8?
Yeah, okay. So earlier I said that not every show in my top 10 was going to be objectively good. And I think that this is the biggest example of that. And my number 8 is Elfen Lied. Anime's not great, but there is a load of sentimental value that I have because this was actually the second anime that I ever watched. And the show that kind of taught me that, anime can be dark. It's not just all fan service. It's not all action. Like, there is drama. And the story itself is, to this day, I think one of the best stories in anime and manga. The manga is significantly better in telling it, but it's so dark and so dramatic and so unique. Or at least it was before the mangaka wrote the same thing like 2 more times. But it's just a show that kind of broke me, and a show that breaks a lot of people because it is so dramatic to the point where it's just hyper dramatized. But I think it does a really good job in getting you attached to the characters. And even in the anime, there are several episodes of like really heavy shit that would not be heavy if you didn't feel for the people involved. And just the fact that this was something I watched when I was still an impressionable young lad. All of those things hit me a lot harder than they would if I were to go back and watch it now. Out of all of the shows that I think deserve reworks or just remasters or whatever, I think that we are far overdue for some new form of Elfen Lied because it's such a big part of anime. It's a name that everyone is familiar with. It's got one of the most memorable openings in anime. It's just something I think needs a lot more attention, and I don't want it to fade away because of its impact that it had on the industry and a lot of different people, myself included. I don't think I would be where I am today without this show, because this was what sent me spiraling into focusing more on drama than other stuff. Drama, to this day, is my favorite genre. So, Elfen Lied, despite being a wonderfully flawed show, is, I think, worthy of a top 10 spot for me. And and a lot of other people. I know it's on several of my lists, and I'm sure we'll hear it a few more times, but I wouldn't understand why someone wouldn't want to include it in a top 10 because it's not as refined as a lot of the other shows that we're going to be talking about today.
Yeah, I had a comment on this one. I remember when I first was getting into like anime past Toonami, this one would come up a lot, but only because I was like 17 or 18 or whatever, and of course I typed in, what's the most violent anime?
Yep.
And this one always came up. But really, it's not incredibly violent if you just take off the first like 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very, very strong opening scene.
Yeah, it is. I consistently, one of the only things I ever ranked when I wasn't a part of this podcast was when I was in college, and in anime club, one of the way that you got someone to watch your show, like the club to watch your show, is you showed the pilot of what you wanted.
Yep.
And I didn't pick this one, but it was definitely in the list when I was like, well, what has some of the best pilot episodes ever from the shows that I like? And this one is definitely up there because of that opening of just insane violence. And then it always felt to me that the part that broke people was always the puppy episode.
That wasn't
like,
the part that got me, but that was the part
really?
that got a lot of people.
Yeah, that's the one that always comes up. Is that's, I mean, for good reason. It's not like I'm discounting it.
Bridge
but
scene, and then there is what hit me the hardest. There was like a conversation between Lucy and Coda on the stairs, like before shit hits the fan, and it was like that, like big moment between characters that really fucked me up. But there were a lot of parts in the manga, and the manga goes well past the end of the anime.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I remember seeing that as well.
That still haunts my dreams.
Yeah, I watched this all the way through, and I remember enjoying it. It's just I only ever watched it once, and then as I watched more and more things, it kind of faded in the back end. But it still comes up every once in a while. I think it's still a part of, when people are like, what's some of the most violent quote-unquote anime, this always comes up, but only for that opening, which is dope.
And a lot of, like, what got you into anime discussions.
Yeah.
I feel like it pops up a lot, too. Like, I think the way I found this show, I used to go on 4chan a lot, and 4chan is what pointed me in the direction of this show. So, at least one good thing came from that site.
True.
You
Did it also have like a weird sort of incest storyline?
Oh yeah.
Well, it had like a
Kestrel with the
hold on. It was cousins, and that's not uncommon in Japan. Like that's a thing that still happens today. Like it's weird by our standards because we're so used to that, but for them it's just a thing that happens.
Right. I can't remember if the anime really like went into that. I think the manga does.
There's a scene where she like pumps his leg at a bus
Oh
stop.
yeah, she's sitting on his knee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that part now. Yeah, okay. I remember that part now. Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say is that got me into anime, and I watched this show purely because of that pilot episode. But I finished it all the way through because it was genuinely interesting. It's just that is what drew me in was, oh man, it's so mature and adult. Because dudes get drawn and quartered.
Yeah, it's fucking violent.
Yeah, it is. And then you put like an Evanescence song behind it.
Oh man. All right, Kate, what is your number 8?
Wow, me. I have to follow that. Man, okay. Jeez, on the other side of the spectrum of my number 8 is a show that I think I've talked about before at length at some point. Rage of Bahamut. Genesis?
Yep.
What did they subtitle it? Yes, Rage of Bahamut Genesis. Once again, too bad they never made a second season to this show. This was the show that was not supposed to be good. There was no reason for this show to exist to begin with. It was based off of a phone game. Recipe for Disaster, or should have been. Instead, what we got was an amazing fantasy action series that is reminiscent of an 80s fantasy movie with bombastic characters and an insane plot, and there's angels and there's demons and there's things, and this girl who could be like the destroyer of the world. It was beautifully animated, just a ton of fun. Good story from beginning to end. Went some crazy places, and took me by surprise, and I think it's still one of my favorite fantasy animes that exist. So it got on the list at number 8.
Nice. All right, Kane, what about your number 8?
My number 8 is The Cat Returns, which is actually my favorite Studio Ghibli film. Yeah, I'm a cat person, so I mean that kind of this movie does a lot of stuff for me in that respect, because I mean there are cats in suits, but yeah, I just really like how charming it is. The fun story of classic of don't change yourself to make somebody else like you. You can just be yourself and be confident in who you are, and you'll find people who support you and like you because of that. And also, I think it has just an absolutely amazing English voice cast, especially because Ghibli movies typically get the big ol' Hollywood casts, and this does. It's got some big names on it, but actually some of my favorites are the ones who many people may not think of right away, like Rene Auberjonois, who plays Natori. He's also Odo in Star Trek DS9, which is one of my favorite TV characters of all time. And he's done tons of voice work. His voice is quite unique. Once you hear it once, you can pick it out of a crowd. Tim Curry is in it. Andy Richter. So a lot of really fun, character actors, or just people that I really enjoy. So it's just a really charming movie. It's low stakes, so you can sit people down in front of it to watch it, because it's great for folks who don't necessarily like anime either, because it's just about a girl who rescues a cat and then gets taken to a cat kingdom and stuff like that. So it's a very easy watch. I definitely enjoy it, but yeah, it was hard to pick. I didn't want to flood my list with Ghibli movies and stuff, because they're all really good for the most part. Mm-hmm. So I tried to just angle it down to just one, for the sake of not flooding it. And this is the one that I picked because this is the one that I always want to watch. It's definitely not the narratively strongest, or definitely not the most culturally impactful like a Nausicaa or a Spirited Away, but I think it has just a great combination of whimsical storytelling, a charming atmosphere. I mean, Haru gets to go inside the Baron's little house and have little tea, and they have little crumpets and whipped cream. It's so adorable. But yeah, it's for people who haven't seen it. It's just a really fun movie that you can just put some popcorn on and play it for whoever's in the room, because I think this is the one that definitely all people can enjoy, and you don't really have to pay too much attention to it in a way. It's not like if you bounce to go to the bathroom or refill your drink and come back, you're going to miss something important to the plot that everyone has to pause or rewind it, because it's just it's a free-flowing kind of easygoing yet still tight narrative. It's not like it's up in the air or scatterbrained or anything like that. But yeah, The Cat Returns is my number 8 on the list. I think maybe Kestrel, you can correct me on this. I believe this was made just because the Baron was in Whisper of the Heart, and then they just wanted to make a movie about the Baron.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's what I want to think, but I'm not entirely sure, because they're the same character.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what happened. And the English dubs got Carrie Elwes to voice him in both things.
That's what's great too. Yeah. Carrie Elwes is great as as the Baron, especially like in the dance scene where he shows up and is all debonair and does like a little Three Musketeers action and stuff. The whole movie is just a lot of fun. Like it's a lot of fun. So yep, Cat Returns is my number 8.
Cool. All right, my number 8 anime of all time is Fruits Basket. This is, of course, the new series that just wrapped up a few months ago. It's probably the most emotionally complex, deep, intelligent anime that I have seen, which is especially surprising since it was like the quintessential late 90s hit shoujo romance manga, which, you know, aren't all known for that much emotional intelligence or maturity. So it was a pleasant surprise when I read the manga, and the anime did an even better job at it, I think, this reboot that came out in the past few years. It also explores a lot of concepts that you wouldn't expect from that kind of demographic and that kind of culture, that time period, about, you know, different kinds of love, and a little bit of gender identity in there. And I think, you know, all of that makes it, like, objectively really great, but I think the thing that hits most for me is that it has the most articulate depiction of neuroses, like inferiority complexes and self-loathing, that I've seen in most media, definitely in anime. The characters really represent things that, you know, I've experienced in myself and analyzing myself in people close to me. All of these things that really can define your character, but are also very damaging. And it, right off the bat, just delves into that and articulates it in a way that makes it seem so simple, but you can tell throughout the course of, you know, 63 episodes or whatever, as we build on these characters and what makes them tick and how they relate to each other. They're just so rich and well realized, and it's very emotional and impactful. And yeah, I'm happy with everything that happened with the production of the series, and with the plot itself. So yeah, it's a series that I didn't expect to love when I, you know, had just heard of like the old version of it, but this one really does it.
Yeah, I really appreciate how, and it might sound like a weird description, but how full that series is. It's like every single character that is involved is not just a character, but a person. They have a huge ass backstory. They have their own motivations. It's a world full of people that are not just cardboard cutouts and placed there just to fill space. Everything has a purpose, and I like that about Fruits Basket a lot. I still think that it's a great series overall, even with my problem that I mentioned regarding the finale. It's an exceptional show that I, as you did, like so much more than I expected to.
Yeah, and I think it's really amazing that they managed to make all of the characters so unique and so well realized, because there are a lot of characters. Like, you've got 12, 13 just in the Zodiac, and then you've got a ton of other, like, really major characters. So there's probably, like, a good 20 character ensemble cast that they flesh out to that degree.
Yep.
Really impressive. All right. Darius, what is your number 8?
My number 8, I kind of cheated. I'm sorry. It's kind of it's more. It's less a show. It's a universe. It's the Universal Century Gundam, which basically, whenever people talk about who should be listed along the greats of next to Gene Roddenberry or George Lucas in creating a universe, or J.R. Tolkien. I honestly have to put in Yoshiyuki Tomino for having originally created Mobile Suit Gundam. He's basically created this self-replicating, expanding, whatever you want to call it, universe with he and his team of Hajime Yatate of all these different sequels, secret series, this giant sci-fi epic that just shows no sign of stopping. And my two personal favorite shows from it are Zeta Gundam and Gundam 0083 Stardust Memory, which turns 30 this year, and I still haven't finished writing about it. But I've just enjoyed seeing this epic just play out. There have been a couple of missteps. This is one terrible film narrative. Oh God, it's terrible. But for the most part,
I saw that in theaters.
Yeah, my condolences. Yeah, but for the most part, it's been a wonderful experience watching this stuff. Much like we got Star Trek Discovery and DS9 and stuff like that, or Star Wars. We got Mandalorian, Visions, and stuff like that. These universes keep expanding, and the UC Gundam. I just can't get enough of it. I've been a fan of it ever since I read about it in the late '80s with this Animag, the first issue, and I kept flipping through it. I was like, okay, I got it. I don't know when I'm ever going to get a chance to watch these shows on Mobile Suit Zeta, but I gotta kill them. This is really good stuff. I highly recommend Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket. If you're not familiar with it, you don't need to know anything about what's happening. You have a small, compact story, and it's a heart wrencher. I got to warn you. Eighth Team, I can't quite get into. It's a decent combat show, but it doesn't completely touch everything the way the other shows do, as far as the character development. Excuse me. But yeah, so I kind of cheated. So, excuse me again. I'm very sorry. I kind of cheated and lumped all of that into one franchise, one show, and I just absolutely love Universal Century Gundam, and I always look forward to more. Charles Counterattack, a very good film, and I just always look forward to it. And oh God, Double Zeta, first half, it's terrible. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, there was V Gundam, which is very violent. Okay, that's good. All right. Okay, all right. I probably I keep things brief. So yeah, move on to the next number or person. Here you go.
Yeah. So that was
actually.
I was gonna preface it. So those were our number 8s. So we are on to some submissions, and although most of them are from Darius, I didn't want to make Darius read all of them, so we're gonna split them up a little bit. So we've got DJ reading some submissions from a Momocon group on, I assume, Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
And if I remember correctly, none of these were numbered, so we numbered them for you.
Yes.
And I guess I will start from the bottom of what I've been provided with Carnal Holly's list. And coming in at number 10 is Escaflowne, the movie. At number 9 is Ninja Scroll. Number 8 is Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. 7, Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? 6, Shadow Skill. 5, My Hero Academia. 4, Yu Yu Hakusho. 3, Sword Art Online. 2, Dragon Ball Z. And 1, Guyver, the Bio-Boosted Armor.
Holy shit.
That's a list.
That's an incredible list. I mean, it's got hot takes. It's got, like, quality, underappreciated shows for, like, 90s anime people, but Guyver at number 1, hot damn.
We got quite a few guys.
Also, I have no idea what that is.
It's a guy who has like a mech suit, and he can shoot lasers out of his titties.
It's
a lot.
The Guyver is it's been a long running and very violent series. There have been 2 live action movies, one with Mark Hamill, not very good, and one with Jimmy Walker, equally not good. But Dark Hero is actually pretty cool, and the one he's talking about is an 80s standalone OAV. I know he's talking about, but the last TV show was in the mid 2000s from Funimation, I believe.
Yeah, we got Guyver on 3 lists, I believe.
Very cool.
I mean, it's dope. It's fun. The whole thing is fun, so I don't blame anybody for putting on a top 10 list. That's for sure. But I'm surprised Escaflowne the movie is on there rather than the series. I would want to hear the reasoning behind it, just because they're so different.
Yeah. I think it kind of sometimes. The one thing I've noticed in that regard, some people who've seen the TV show first prefer the TV show first. People who see the movie first prefer the movie first instead of the TV show. So I think it really is a matter of first exposure from the people I've ever spoken to about that.
I could definitely see that because, yeah, like, entire characters are changed. Some characters don't even show up in one versus the other. The central conflict is almost entirely different. Like, if you could almost say they're two entirely different properties other than the characters are visually identical.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move things along and go on to Chris Cowan's list. At number 10, we have Spirited Away. Number 9, Perfect Blue. Number 8, Voltron, Defender of the Universe. Number 7, Princess Mononoke. 6, Robotech. 5, Appleseed. 4, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. 3, Ninja Scroll. 2, Ghost in the Shell. And number 1, Akira. Going on to the next from Yadming Mui. I believe I may have pronounced that wrong. I apologize if I did. But number 10, we have Plastic Little. Number 7, Bastard, Ankoku no Hakaishin. Number 8, Sailor Moon. 7, Soul Bianca. 6, Riding Bean. 5, Fullmetal Panic. 4, Video Girl Eye. 3, Bubblegum Crisis. 2, Dirty Pair. And 1, Macross.
DJ, do you want to take a guess at what Riding Bean's about?
A bike.
Oh, you were close. It's
Nope.
Cars.
Aw.
It's a car OVA. Also really good and a lot of fun. I almost bought it at Otakon, but they wanted like $50 for it, and it's just one 45-minute OVA.
Oh,
I think-
okay.
What version?
It was by that one dude. Castro, you would know this because we talked about it. It's by like that one licensing company or whatever. That's just one dude out of a garage.
What?
Animego.
was like yeah.
Animego, they do quality work. They do quality work on classic stuff, and they put a lot of time into their Kickstarters. A lot of quality work into their Kickstarters. He's somebody you just definitely should support.
Yeah, that was the one. That was the Animego one. I'd never seen it before, and I was like, oh shit, Riding Bean, another car show. I love car shows. And then it was like $50 for the thing, and I was like, ugh, no, I gotta put it back. I think Bastard's also a car driving show too. I think that's F1 racing.
No, that's goddamn.
Yes, goddamn, not Bastard.
That's all I can see it. Bastard is quite different. It is not a car show. I know what Bastard is.
Okay, I was thinking of goddamn, which is this is such a fun conversation.
No, Bastard is fantasy and anger and stuff. It's fun. It's so much fun.
Okay, moving along from DeWoyne Davis, we have at number 10, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 9, Food Wars. Number 8, Baki. Number 7, Yu Yu Hakusho. 6, The Seven Deadly Sins. 5, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. 4, Dragon Ball Z. 3, One Piece. 2, Assassination Classroom. 1, Soul Eater. There are no comments. I will move on to Ashton James Mason's list. At number 10, we have Food Wars. 9, Outlaw Star. 8, Seirei no Moribito. 7, Princess Mononoke. 6, Bleach. 5, Black Clover. 4, Tokyo Shihen Eureka 7. 3, Kill la Kill. 2, S-Cry ED or Scried. Don't know how to say this one. And number 1, Fooly Cooly. Also, is it pronounced Eureka 7? Because that's like how I've heard it pronounced.
They
It
pronounce
looks like
Yeah, same
Eureka.
here.
Yeah, it is Eureka, but then they turn that into what the katakana would be if it was romanized as Eureka is spelled, and then they still pronounce it like that in the dub. So it is Eureka.
Eureka. Okay. I will remember that in the future. Thank you very much for your assistance. If there are no more comments, I will move on to Brooke Williams Forrest. Number 10, we have Dominion Tank Police. 9 is Spirited Away. 8, Kido Senkan Nadesco. 7, Shoujo Kakume Utena. 6, Gin no Saji. 5, Tenshi Muyo. 4, El Hazard, The Magnificent World. 3, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. 2 One Piece, and 1 Sailor Moon. I'm happy that we got a first place Sailor Moon.
You're going to hear a lot of Sailor Moon.
I like just the representation of Dominion Tank Police, another great 90s OVA.
Yeah, fun.
And the last top 10 I have is from Kat Huber. Number 10, we have Kino no Tabi, The Beautiful World. 9 is Odd Taxi. 8, Yuri on Ice. 7, Mawaru Penguin Drum. 6, Shoujo Shumatsu Ryoko. 5, Neon Genesis Evangelion. 4, Gankutsuo. 3, Ginga Eiyu Densetsu. 2, Versailles no Bara. And 1, Romeo no Aoi Sora.
All right. Any more comments on any of those?
I'm just
I
impressed
wish-
with your pronunciation, considering a lot of those actually have English titles that you could have just said.
Yeah, sorry. When I was normalizing them all for aggregation, to make sure that they had consistent names, I just copy and pasted the My Anime List names for a lot of them. So
God.
might not have been how they, yes, you pronounced them all flawlessly, so that was good.
When do I have to read the lists?
I'll give you them as they were submitted, which are mostly probably English titles.
Thank you.
Oh,
I mean, I'll only give her the Japanese ones if we think that would be more fun.
I think
it
that would be
would
more
definitely
fun.
be more
That's
fun.
my favorite thing about the podcast.
All right. All right.
Damn it.
The only other comment I had about this list was I wish it may have like a region B or something, but I wish Gunkuto would have a Blu-ray because to me it's one of the most visually interesting anime of all time. Like I love that whole people move, but the texture and art that represents them shifts in universe as well.
You'll be hearing more about that series very shortly. But I will say that the Japanese Blu-ray looks like ass.
Oh, does it? Shit.
Really?
Of course it does. Yeah, I just have the DVDs, but I mean they still look good.
Yeah.
It's just such a visually unique and interesting show. I thought about putting it in my list, but it's just been so long since I've seen it.
All right. Now we are on to number 7s. Kate, what is your number 7?
Ooh, I'm up first. Let's see what I had on my list. I had... Oh, here's my outlier. My number 6 is, appropriately, Blue Submarine number 6.
Ah, okay.
Well, that's great, but it's your
You
number
did that on
7.
purpose.
That's fantastic,
Wait.
but it's your 7. Hell yeah.
Wait a minute.
Spoiler alert.
Huh?
We're on 7.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no, that is 7. Damn it. I can't count.
This is why you should
My
number
list
your
isn't-
lists.
My list was in order, it just wasn't numbered. No, okay, sorry. That is my number... Whatever the fuck number we're on.
We're on number 7 again.
We're on 7.
For the
Yeah, that's
people in
it,
the back.
7. That is my number 7. Man, I can't count. Shit, math is hard. Damn it, I should have put that. I should swap
Jesus
it. Oh well, too late now. Too late now. I have nothing else to say. All submarine movies are good submarine movies. All submarine anything is good submarine.
All right.
I'm glad someone actually thought it was good just because I have been meaning to watch it for a long time, and I was going to watch it for panel research one time for, I think it was just a panel about, like, anime weaponry, and there are not many anime that have, like, even, like, somewhat realistic submarine or boat physics, but this show kept coming up. I just never got around to it, so I was never actually sure if it was a good show or not, but at least for one person, it was their top 10 of all time, so that's good.
It's an wasn't it OVA? It was an OVA or a short series. I think it's only like 4 episodes long. It's not very long.
Yeah.
And it's like some of that early like CG anime action happening in it. But it's, submarines in the dark, so you can kind of get away with it. Sort of like the Sequest theory of like, this is early CG, but we can get away with it because it's fucking underwater, so you can't really tell anyway. But, it's kind of semi-post-apocalyptic climate hellscape nonsense. flooded Earth, submarines, fish people. Pretty good.
I mean, I definitely hold your opinion that anything with submarines is good. So
yes, and that does not break that rule that anything with submarines is good. So, of course, and since there's not a ton of submarine, I mean, there are some submarine anime, but not that much. So, that's the one that made my list.
All right, Kane, what is your number 7?
all right, my number 4 is no, my number 7 is, and it's one we've already spoken about a little bit before, but it's Tokyo Godfathers. It is officially my favorite Christmas movie. After I watched it, I have a poster in my theater. I saw it in theaters when it was released with its new dub. Oh man, was that 2 years ago now?
That was like a week before lockdowns, so early March 2020.
All right, cool. Time is meaningless at this point. All right, so yeah, I saw it in theaters then. It had me instantly. I mean, I enjoy all of Satoshi Kon's stuff that I've seen so far, so it wasn't like a surprise that I liked it, but it's got a little action, it's got humor, it's fantastic characters that you grow to become attached to, even as some of them grow into better people, and some of them actually kind of get worse the more you find out about them. And then they try to seek redemption by the very end, even though everything up to that point was generally kind of a slide, a descent for them as characters. And I also think, excuse me, that Hana is one of the best anime characters or just fictional characters ever written, which helps. I really found myself attached to her and her plight and human experience and her connection with all the characters, and Hana's ability to be comedic and dramatic and traumatic all at once. It was just fantastic watching Hana, and of course the trans actress who played her for the new dub did a fantastic job as well. I think it may have been one of the only times in theaters in general where a part happened and I physically gasped, sort of felt myself be taken aback. And that's the scene where they're having the flashback for, and I can't remember all three of the character names. I'm so bad with names, except for ones that Miyuki was having sort of the flashback of why she ended up homeless, and when she turns to talk to her mom after she stabbed her dad, it's Hana instead of her actual mom, which kind of showed that this is her, almost like her newly adopted family, as well as having a blood family as well. And I was like, oh shit, when that happened. And it still gets me every time. That scene in particular gets me every time. But yeah, all of Satoshi Kon's stuff is good. But Tokyo Godfathers, to me at this point, is my favorite out of all of them. And it really is a lot of it because of Hana. It really is. Though it has, a great mix of everything. Like I said, it's got a little action movie at the end, some comedy, a heaping helping of tragedy at the same time, but it doesn't feel stilted, or it's like trying to cram all of these emotions into one film to be like, we got the total package. It just flows so easily between them, and it can snap from comedy to tragedy to action in a moment, but it feels natural and it feels well planned out and paced. So I watch this every year around Christmas time at this point and have a poster in my theater. And I think it's just a fantastic film. So if you haven't seen that one yet, especially if you're a Satoshi Kon fan and haven't seen this for whatever reason, man, you definitely should. It takes you for a ride, and it's only an hour and a half too, so you don't even have to dedicate 2.5 hours to this. It's a short, for modern terms, feature length film. So yeah.
All right, and Darius, your number 7.
Okay.
There he is.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
There you go.
Okay, sure. All right. Number 7. We talked a little bit about it earlier from a couple of people's lists. Mine is Gunkuto, the Count of Monte Cristo. It is truly this fantastic reimagining of the classic tale by Alexander Dumas. It is beautiful, and it's more than a reimagining because like your main character is not the Count himself. It is Albert, and as he comes across the Count's crosshairs and everything, and his manipulations and his quest for revenge. And it is, oh god, I just how they actually reimagined the Count story into this magnificent anime. Somebody mentioned earlier about the art style. It's basically these ever moving designs within the character's clothing. They never stop. They just constantly move in all these crazy patterns. And you see these characters moving on computer models and walking around a bit. And the thing is, it's also the setting is not in the past; it's in the distant future, like year 3000 or something. Like, and like the horse battle is basically a mech battle. It's crazy stuff. And the Count himself has been altered. I let you see how, and I think. Kestrel, I think you just said that the Japanese Blu-rays look terrible, or one of you guys just said that?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't actually have it, but that's the consensus.
Oh my goodness, that is truly a tragedy. This is one I wish Discotheque or Right Stuff, somebody could grab this show and bring it and remaster the shit out of it. It's beautiful visuals, I mean, they take the material. I don't necessarily say they elevate a source material, but damn if they just don't reimagine it into like a hellified experience. And if I were like if ever so often I picture myself if I were a teacher, what would I use to teach people at an anime appreciation class? This is one I would say, okay, this is how. The Japanese have taken literature and transformed it in sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. This is like one of the best damn things I've ever seen in my life. Gunkuto, I just cannot recommend this show enough. It is easily the best property Studio Gonzo ever put out. And I would kill to, like I said, I would kill to have a beautiful HD remaster of this show. It's just so damn good. And like I said, Albert is your main character. So instead of the Count's revenge, which is partially what will harm him in a way, you're seeing everything from Albert's perspective of, okay, what have I got myself into and what have my parents done, all this other stuff. So yeah, I highly, highly recommend it. Please. Next, go ahead.
Yeah, I own this on DVD as well and enjoy it for everything I said before. But I've had more than one person who has seen the show come up to me and say that it's one of the best fictional like retellings of the Count of Monte Cristo, even with the mechs and stuff. Mm-hmm. Like it's one of the more faithful adaptations in terms of the character's motivations and feelings, which I thought was very interesting. I've never read the book, so I can't, say one way or the other if that's true. But I think it is interesting that of all the adaptations that have been released, the mecha anime is the one that people who go out of their way to watch it because they're fans of the book say it's one of the best, if not the best adaptation so far of the book itself and its central themes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hellified. It's a hell of a revenge story. It is hellified. So hellified.
All right. Now we are on to my number 7. So my number 7 anime of all time is Clonad After Story. This is probably the most emotionally impactful piece of media to me personally. Fruits Basket probably has like better emotional writing in some ways, but
Oh, wow.
Clonad After Story definitely hits the hardest. And I often single out specific seasons. For the purposes of this episode, I normally didn't. I normally combine them all together, but in the case of Clonad and After Story, I still feel like it's really important to, because even though Clonad is a prerequisite for After Story, it would never have a chance of being on any list of mine on its own. And I think the fact that it's a prerequisite is actually one of the things I dislike the most about Clonad in general, and After Story, the fact that you have to get through the first season. Now, when I approached this series, it was at a time where I was, watching... I had a diverse enough diet of anime, but I kind of looked down on what I assumed stuff like Clonad to be. There was a lot of joking about it on the internet, and I kind of bought into that and figured that it was all kind of garbage. But I heard so many good things about this series that I gave it a shot, and the first season, it was already more enjoyable than I expected it to be. It was, not perfectly written all the time, but it certainly had some more emotionally resonant moments than a lot of series of that style still that I have seen managed to pull off. So at the time, it impressed me a little bit in that regard, and it definitely impressed me from the music, the animation, the direction. These are all from people who are at the top of their game in those departments. So from that aspect, I was intrigued, but definitely couldn't imagine how it could become some masterpiece. And the beginning of After Story, it's a lot of the same for the first 8 episodes. There's a little uptick in quality, but it's pretty much the same kind of content. And then episodes 9 through 22 wreck me every time I watch it. It's the only piece of media that can consistently make me cry and actually shed tears. And yeah, I've seen it a lot of times. I've found some flaws as I've rewatched it, but it still hits me like nothing else. And I think where I was in life at the time, and just with how I engage with anime, I think it changed both of those quite a bit. It changed the way I kind of think about life and relationships and all that in a lot of ways, but it definitely changed my perception of what anime can be in those kinds of tropes and genres and demographics. So yeah, it's still very special to me.
I will hold my comments.
Yeah.
Because we will be hearing about that show again later.
Mm-hmm. And I guess you can move on to your number 7.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you'll be able to hold your comments too. My number 7 is a show that pretty much everybody should be familiar with by now, and that is Steins Gate, which is, ranked number 4 out of all of the anime ever on my anime list, so that's nice. But it's ranked that for good reason. It is an all-around exceptional show featuring one of the most well-put-together ensembles, well-acted cast, or good acting cast. The cast is fucking cool is what I'm trying to say. And the series itself is all over the place in the best way possible. The show takes you for a fucking ride. And it's a very painful ride at points, but it is, if you can comprehend it, which it tries to help you in doing, amazing. It's the best sci-fi show, I will go out on a limb and say. And it's something that I never get tired of, no matter how many times I watch it. Kestrel and I both should have finished our reviewing of the series in line with its original airing. And it still holds up. I've watched this show more than anything else, and it's, not my number 1, but when you can watch something like 10 times and still be like, yeah, you know what, this is a masterpiece. It's probably a masterpiece, and it looks like everyone seems to agree. Again, like the, I guess, Clonad and Clonad After Story thing, this is just one part of a larger series, but in reverse order, I feel like Steins Gate, I feel like most people echo this opinion, is significantly better than the preceding part of it. And even though the second part is good as well, this section of the series, this just the original animated series, is probably the best thing White Fox has ever done and will ever do. It can't be beat in terms of what it is. And you know, I feel like I had a lot more to say about it, and I'm blanking now, but I urge everyone, if you haven't seen it already, which you probably have, because again, ranked number 4 of all time and 11 in popularity, to go fucking watch Steins Gate, because it is not only incredibly memorable, but incredibly well put together, and something that anyone can enjoy, essentially.
Yeah. I will certainly be talking about that later. So I decided to be nice and give Kate the original submissions as well as my formatted list of the titles that she is going to read from the Momocon group that Darius posted to.
Okay, where's the beginning of this list?
You shouldn't have been nice. You should have just let her float out there.
I know.
Is this it? Is this start with John Rinyu?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna read this. There's a lot here, so I'm just gonna read the English version one that you posted here. At John Rinyu says, number 1, Dragon Ball.
Wait,
number
you gotta
2,
go 10 to 1, Kate. You can't start with 1.
Oh, God. All right. Sorry. Number 10, Baki. Number 9, Erased. Number 8, Black Lagoon. Number 7, Bleach. Number 6, Berserk. I'm guessing that's the original one.
Of course it's the
number
original.
5, Fullmetal
No way,
Alchemist
2016.
Brotherhood. Number 4, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Number 3, Hunter x Hunter. Number 2, Yu Yu Hakusho. And number 1, Dragon Ball. At Ashley Arcada. 10, Kill la Kill. 9, Bungo Stray Dogs. 8, Durarara. 7, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Number 6, Banana Fish. Number 5, Yuri on Ice. Number 4, Mahou Shoujo Madoka Magica.
Hey.
Number 3, Promare. What, are you surprised I could actually pronounce that one?
A little bit.
Number 2, Devilman Crybaby. Number 1, Violet Evergarden.
It's funny, she pronounced the Japanese part correctly, just not the Latin part.
Hey, you know, well.
Yo, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
I've mispronounced English voice actors' names before, so, you know, whatever.
It's okay, I mispronounce English words, period.
Yes, exactly. At Josh, look, Josh, as we mispronounce people's names, at Josh McLemore. Oh God, get this fly away from me! What the fuck, bug? Get away from me! Ah! Okay, sorry, being attacked in my house by insects. Number 10, One Punch Man.
That was the perfect segue. There's a whole episode in One Punch Man where he's trying to kill a bug. Anyway, go on.
Number 9, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 8, Akira. Number 7, Cowboy Bebop. Number 6, Yu Yu Hakusho. Number 5, Serial Experiments Lane. Number 4, Ghost in the Shell. Number 3, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Number 2, Vampire Hunter D. And number 1, Ninja Scroll. Moving on. At Dan Salsa Verde Zetlin.
There's no way that's his real name.
Number 10, Dragon Ball Z. Number 9, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. Number 8, Pokemon. Number 7, Fruits Basket. Number 6, Sword Art Online. Number 5, Soul Eater. Number 4, Attack on Titan. Number 3, Death Note. Number 2, Blue Gender. Wow.
Whoa, damn.
And number 1, My Hero Academia.
Man, Blue Gender is a big surprise on that list.
Yeah, that's like the way outlier on that list. That's crazy. At Emily Harp, I hope that's right. Appears to be missing an 8 and a 9. I mean, a 9 and a 10. So number 8, Mahou Shoujo Lyrical Nanoha. Number 7, Oran Host Club. Number 6, Magic Knight Ray Earth. Number 5, Mahou Shoujo Madoka Magica. Number 4, Inuyasha. Number 3, Kaicho wa Maid Sama. Number 2, Special A. Number 1, Skip Beat.
So the reason that this one is missing 2 is because 2 of the entries on her original list were Code Lyoko and Avatar, neither of which are anime.
Yes, sorry. You failed the assignment.
Yes, correct.
You only get an 80.
Right.
Lyoko.
Yep.
Yeah, Code Lyoko is
I think
a really...
Avatar is forgivable. Like, okay, that's fair. It's not made in Japan. Code Lyoko, though. Like, not only is it not made in Japan, it's a CG show.
Maybe she has a thing for big foreheads.
I think the creator of Code Lyoko has worked in anime, but he's not Japanese.
Isn't the show French?
Yes. Yeah, Thomas Romain, I think. Did he do Code Lyoko? Because he's worked in anime.
I don't know. Bam, though. That was a guess from me.
Yeah, it's definitely French.
Annihilated it.
It's always French. The answer is always French if it's not Japanese. At Barbara French Griffin.
See, it's always French.
See, it's always French. No lies detected. Uh-oh. Number 10. So you all laugh. Watashi ga motete dosunda. What is this? What does this translate to?
Watamote. Just call it that.
It's not that Watamote. It's the other Watamote that is called Kiss Him Not Me in English.
Oh, that
there are
one.
2
Okay.
Watamotes?
That makes more sense, because I was like, that's a weird fucking pick.
I mean, this show is maybe worse, so whatever.
Wow, harsh. Number 9, Azumanga Daioh. Number 8, Fruits Basket. Number 7, Ore Monogatari. Number 6, Sailor Moon. And number 5, Ranma Half. Number 4. Why is this written like this?
I thought you were going to go with the English ones.
Mahouts.
You know this, Kate. You know this.
I
one.
know.
You can do it.
Mahotsukai no Yome.
Go.
That was good.
Pretty close.
Number 3, Kiki's Delivery Service. Number 2, Cowboy Bebop. And number 1, Showbits.
Ore Monogatari in a top 10 is an interesting choice for me.
Which one is that?
That's the really tall dude who dates the really tiny girl.
Okay.
And it's just pure love story the whole way through.
Ancient Magus Bride.
Oh, okay. Yeah, My Love Story. Okay, yeah, I remember seeing this. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This is a list. Okay. At Brian Prowell says, number 10.
This is, I believe this is Irresponsible Captain Tyler.
Captain Tyler. Yeah, I was gonna. I'm like parsing. Wait. Number 9, El Has with the Magnificent World. Number 8, Takashi Rumiko's something.
Yakijo Ningyo no Mori.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what this is in English.
Mermaid Forest.
Thank you.
Mermaid
Number
Forest.
7, Metal. Thank you. Number 7.
Mermaid Forest.
Mermaid Forest.
Thank you.
That's a lot of people don't realize.
What? Number 7, Metal Skin Panic Maddox 1. Number 6, Bubblegum Crisis. Number 5, Genesis Climber. Oh god, here you go. What is this? Mos P. I can't even pronounce that word. See. Okay, we'll go with that.
Most Beta.
Number 4, Most Beta. Number 4, Macross. Number 3, Demon City Shinjuku. Number 2, Gatchaman. Number 1, Space Battleship Yamato.
That was a
Yamato.
very old school list,
Yes,
which is cool.
I like old school lists. At Ashley Bennett. So I lose my place. Missing a number 10. Number 9, Wolf Children. Number 8, Mushishi. Number 7, Trigun. Number 6, Evangelion 2.0. You cannot advance. Number 5, Tenshimio. Number 4, Outlaw Star. Number 3, Fullmetal Alchemist. Unspecified which one. Number 2, Cardcaptor Sakura. And number 1, Cowboy Bebop.
So, a couple notes on that one. Since like 100 people said Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood and like 1 said Fullmetal Alchemist, I assume they mean Fullmetal Alchemist, the original. Also, the reason there is not a number 10 is because one of the entries on her list was every Studio Ghibli movie, which is not how this works.
I don't know. We let
hustle.
Darius get away with the Universal Century.
So with that one, because his original list specifically said Zeta Gundam, and in his updated list he said, Zeta Gundam above the others, I listed that as his in the aggregate.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the better choices.
Look, we're all about sliding by on technicalities here. What should you give me the longest list of people here?
He gave you a lot.
Well, it might be the longest at one time, but I made sure that you and DJ would have the exact same number of things to read off. Just half of his are from his own list.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh no. I'm sorry, I'm gonna butcher your name. Amiyana Hannah Bryant. Number 10. Maid Sama. Number 9, Yuri on Ice. Number 8, Cowboy Bebop. Number 7, My Hero Academia. Number 6,
Prince of Tennis.
Prince of Tennis, thank you. I would have gone there. Number 5, Yu Yu Hakusho. Number 4, Kino's Journey. Number 3, Haikyuu. Number 2, Orin Host Club. And number 1, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Funny thing about Kino no Tabi, but I will get to that later. Asa Tanner, number 10, Cells at Work. At number 9, Inuyasha. Number 8, Bleach. Number 7, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. Number 6, Tokyo Ghoul. Number 5, Death Note. Number 4, My Hero Academia. Number 3, Black Butler. Number 2, Dragon Ball Z. And number 1, One Piece. At Ray Kuben. Number 10, Urasai Yatsuri. 2, Beautiful Dreamer. Number 9, Vampire Hunter Dean. Number 8, My Hero Academia. Number 7, Princess Mononoke. Number 6, Spirited Away. Number 5, Macross Plus. Number 4, Shoujo Kakume Utena. Number 3, Mahou Shoujo Madoka Magica. Number 2, Sailor Moon. Number 1, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Hey, I think I'm getting better at this. At Tamika Bruton. Number 10, My Neighbor Totoro. Number 9, Dragon Ball Z. Number 8, Perfect Blue. Number 7, Monster. Number 6, Cowboy Bebop. Number 5, Space Battleship Yamato. I keep mispronouncing that. Number 4, Cardcaptor Sakura. Number 3, Sailor Moon. Number 2, Utena. And number 1, Yu Hakusho.
Is Monster the hardest show to watch legally at this point? Because
yes,
I swear
probably.
to God,
Yeah.
I've been trying to watch
it legally, I don't think.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to.
It used to be on Amazon Prime, apparently.
Well, it used to all be on Hulu, back when they first dubbed it in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. And then the first 15 episodes were on there and a bunch of other places for a long time, but now none of it is anywhere.
Yeah, and it was only like pressed on DVD like one time, so those
and
cost
only
like
those
a small
first 15 episodes in the US.
Yeah, so
You gotta import it from Australia if you want to own it all.
Yeah,
Oh,
Monster
God.
is, yeah, at least as far as I have experienced, the hardest show to watch unless you pirate it.
Yeah.
It's like a solid 50 episodes or something too, isn't it?
It's like 74.
Oh my god, it's even longer than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's easier to read the manga at this point because
Oh,
they
yeah.
had those really nice releases a little while ago that you can probably still get a hold of.
Definitely.
Yeah. Thanks a bunch to the company that released that in English originally and then dropped the ball.
And apparently nobody can get it. Like, anytime you ask anyone in the industry who's transparent about that kind of stuff, they're like, yeah, it's impossible.
It's so dumb.
Do they just like not know? Like where
Which
to
is
go?
very sad.
I guess there's just some weird rights tie-up that's preventing anyone from having a crack at it.
It's probably like
Yeah.
one actor's agent who's just like, no.
Oh god, somebody's in Johnny or something and that's fucking everything up.
I don't think there are any Johnny's songs in Monster.
Oh, it could be like an actor. You saw what's going on with that video game, right?
Judgment?
Like this year, we've seen
Judgment's facing a similar problem right now. They can't release.
It is Judgment. It is Judgment.
Yeah, they can't release it on PC because the fucking actor's manager is like, no.
Yeah,
That's just like they can't do anything about it.
This year, we've seen Macross and Future Boy Conan and even Gillen get released this year. So anything can happen. I just don't never say never. So yeah, let's keep going.
There's always hope. There's always hope. Where did I leave off here?
Susan
Urbanic.
Susan Urbanic. At Susan Urbanic. Number 10, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Number 9, Magic Knight Rayearth. Number 8, Cowboy Bebop. Number 7, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. Number 6, My Hero Academia. Number 5, Princess Mononoke. Number 4, Spirit Away. Number 3, Yona. Number 2, Shamanic Princess. Oh my god. And then I hit the word that's in English and I fuck up. Shamanic Princess. Number 1, Sailor Moon. At Harrison Stroke. Number 10,
Sorry,
Manga Dio. Number 9, Guy. See, this is why they make me do this, so I can fuck up everything. Number 9, Guyver. Number 8, there's another Guyver on the list.
I told you it was
number
on
8,
3
Kill
lists.
Kill.
Yep.
Number 7, Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. Number 6, Redline. Number 5, Gurren Lagann. Number 4, Death Note. Number 3, One Piece. Number 2, Cowboy Bebop. And number 1, Fooly Cooly. And I think we're at the bottom of my list here to read. At Chris Faust. Number 10, Inuyasha. Number 9, Dragon Ball Z. Number 8, Mobile Suit Gundam. Number 7, Akame ga Kill. Number 6, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 5, Maid Sama. Number 4, Demon Slayer. Number 3, Bullfighter G Gundam. Number 2, Naruto. Number 1, Rurouni Kenshin. See, here's my secret. Here's my secret. My secretness is that if I hear it pronounced enough times, it's in my brain and I can pronounce it again. If it's written out, I can't pronounce the shit for shit.
Yeah, you got Kimetsu no Yaiba, fine.
It's true.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Like, because I've heard it enough times.
Really? People talk about that show? Weird.
What? I've never even heard of it.
No way.
That was a lot of fun, Kate. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
G Gundam is one of my favorites to talk to other people about because it's just like, oh, it's the cultural stereotype mecha anime.
Yeah.
Is just what it always turns into.
You're not on the windmill Gundam?
The windmill, from the Netherlands. Holland Gundam is just a windmill, and then there's Tequila Gundam. Guess where that one's from? And then, of course, Chibity Crockett and the American Gundam is just all red, white, and blue with big mecha boxing gloves, which is cool. But it's just all like cultural stereotypes from all over the place, just put into giant fucking mechs. Oh, and then there's that one that's just made out of balls, and I can't remember where that one's from, but it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Circling back around to the one thing I wanted to say about Kino's journey. Kino's journey gets fucking name dropped in Genshin, like in a recent update.
Yeah,
Nice.
I remember that. That's a thing that happened.
Yeah, I'm like in the middle of playing, and they're like, you're like, are you like a traveler, like Kino? And I'm like, the fuck? It was like, because it came out, and it didn't quite come out of completely nowhere, because you're talking to somebody who writes light novels. But I was like running to Twitter after that, going, why is it Kino?
I haven't watched Kino, but I'm pretty sure that they also offhandedly reference it in Yuru Camp. But they just give it they call it like Moped's Journey or something, and I'm pretty sure it's homage.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yep.
I remember that.
Nice. All right, moving
Is
on.
The Beautiful World the original or the sequel? What was the sequel called?
The sequel was The Beautiful World, the animated series. That's the only difference, is that it has the animated series at the end of the title.
Oh.
Yep.
Great. Very easy to navigate.
Yep.
Yeah, I assume most people are talking about the original when they're
Yeah.
talking about Kino.
Definitely.
Yeah, I was assuming the same as well, but that's what I thought the sequel was called. But yeah, I guess they're both called that. Just one has the couple extra words tacked on the end.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, I think we can move on to our number 6s. Kane, what is your number 6?
My number 6 is, let me just pull up my list here for a second. I was caught up in Kate's reading of all the lists.
We have a great segue from what we were just talking about to your number 6.
Yeah, I know. So my number 6 actually is Yuru Camp.
Yeah!
I know.
Oh, I'm really happy that this is in a top 10.
Yeah, Yuru Camp was probably from 6 on down. So where we're at now were the easier selections. Probably Tokyo Godfather is like 7 on down. I think that's what you said too, DJ. Like your 1 through 7 were pretty.
The first 7, I was like, okay, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think I'm about at the same now that I look over my list a couple more times. But Yuru Camp is my number 6. I don't have a ton to say about it other than it's just like so relaxing and easy to watch, and it's very therapeutic in a lot of ways because nobody has really any drama. All the girls get along. It has a whole bunch of food porn. A decent enough soundtrack especially when they're trying to hit the emotional highs in a way, like when they're taking pictures of where they are. But yeah, this was probably one of the easier picks, even though it is at number 6. It was more like Yuru Camp's going to be on here, just where. But yeah, I really enjoy it. It was one of the cornerstones of the idea when I had my panel about Iyashike shows. It was shortly after I watched Yuru Camp, and then that inspired me to watch other Iyashike shows and do some research on the history of that genre and things like that. Yeah, it's just it's relaxing. I mean, I wish I could say more about it other than it's fun to see all the girls get along and kind of buy little camp stuff and go on trips and take pictures with each other and have a good time. And at the end of the day, the worst the drama ever gets is maybe someone accidentally burned a part of the hot pot. Oh no.
Oh my God.
So yeah, it's very good. Plus you get good representation of people having fun in groups, but also the fact that you can enjoy yourself solo, so that it isn't just like the only way to enjoy camp is with 4 other people. Shimabun does most of her camping on her own and has a perfectly good time with it. So people who don't necessarily want to have those experiences with a lot of friends or generally kind of more insular, the show doesn't really exclude you by just being like, oh, if you want this good time, you're gonna need some close friends. It's, and that's how camping goes in real life too. There's a lot of people who legitimately just go camping on their own or maybe with one other person. So I'm glad that the show kind of went out of its way a bit to be like, camping and being outdoors is great no matter how many friends you have or don't have. It's okay to be alone in some ways while still maintaining that relaxing sort of environment. So yeah, Yuru Camp is my number 6. Like
Run with the Wind, which I'm pretty sure you're going to talk about at some point later. My expectations are correct. This show is really good at making me do things that I wouldn't ever want to do otherwise. Where it's like, Run with the Wind makes me want to run. This makes me want to camp. I've never been camping. I don't think camping sounds exceptionally fun. I don't think freezing to death in the fucking cold sounds fun. But the way that they struggle and just how they deal with said struggles in a not destructive way makes me kind of want to live that life, if even for just a moment. It's if a silent voice can make me feel physical pain, this can make me feel physically cold. But also really comfortable at the same time. It's just an overall atmospheric show that I 100% adore, and I hate myself for taking so long to watch it. It's also one of the only things I've ever watched immediately after finishing again. So
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah. I don't want to bring down the room too much, but Run with the Wind is my honorable mention, probably my number 11. So you were close. Okay. I really, really thought about it, putting it as my number 10, but initial D1 out. So you were close, and if this were a top 11, we would be talking about it, but it is
That's fair.
not.
As long as it was in the running.
Oh, yeah. It was a nail biter. Like, I almost changed it before hitting the send button to Kestrel when I set on my list. Like, it was that close, but
That's
I
how
wanted
my
to...
number 10 was. I had like 4 shows where I'm like, oh, I really want it to be this.
Yep, same here. Run with the Wind was the only, like, the close shot there. But, yeah, that's another great one, but for another time. Yep, Eurocamp is another great show that can be enjoyed by anyone who just wants to relax.
Right, DJ.
And what?
On
I
your-
was about to talk. Did you have something to say before I begin?
No, I was going to introduce you.
Oh, hey, I'm DJ. This is my number 6. Number 6 for me is Beck, Mongolian Chop Squad. I'm going to preface this by saying I haven't watched the Japanese version. I've only watched the dub of this show. And even that is enough to get it into the top 6 because it is the best dub that I have seen. Not only is just the fucking entire dialogue dub, but all the music is dubbed too. They rewrote everything. It's just an all-around great show from a sheer audio perspective. It is about essentially one 14-year-old kid's journey into the world of music, how he sort of falls in love with it and gets involved in a band. And that's kind of this is one of the shows that I can relate to more than anything else because this was my childhood. When I was from the ages like 12 to 17, I just played shows all the time. I started doing it at a really young age, and when I was 12 years old, I was playing concerts with all these like 20-year-olds and stuff, and it felt like such a big world and such a cool world, and this show fucking nails it. It lands everything perfectly. There's so much drama. There's a romantic subplot that isn't just shoehorned in. It's an actual important part of the show, and the chemistry between all the band members is great even when it's not good chemistry. They fight just like real band members would, and they slowly build themselves up from nothing to something really huge. And there are a lot of high points, there are a lot of low points, and that's what being in that kind of group is like. It's hard, but even with how hard it is a really special, really intimate thing to be a part of, and I think Beck kind of just nails it 100%. It's even for people that aren't super interested in music, I feel like they can still appreciate it for just what it has to say, and it says a lot. It's a really good show, and I think that anyone who is involved in more dramatic anime and just not pure action stuff can really get a lot out of this. It is from the early 2000s, so it's not gonna look like something that you'd watch today. And I know there are a lot of people out there like me who are hesitant when it comes to older stuff. I feel like this is an exception because even if it was out in 2004, it looks really good. It's just a really well put together show, and I am going to watch it many more times because of not only how much I can relate to it, but because of how great the music is, how great the dub is, and just how much I enjoy being with the characters, sort of reliving that very important, momentous, or monumental part of my life.
I have a comment about this one as well. This was one of the early anime that I watched and bought the save DVD for. I think that's even how I watched it. I was just like, oh, a band. Cool. And I also enjoyed it. I actually forgot about it until you mentioned it. For some reason, it didn't even come into my mind, even though I still own the DVD. I just want to put in here that Ryosuke can kick fucking rocks. God, I hate him so much. Like, I love what he contributed to the story drama-wise, but man, every time he did something stupid, I was like, man, I hope you get hit by a fucking bus.
There's always one guy in the band who's like that, though. Like, he has to.
I believe it.
Guy.
I believe it. I was just like, man, everyone wants to do good, but you just want to fuck it all up and be an edgelord and be stupid about shit all the time. Oh, also, I guess you're in trouble with organized crime? Like,
there's always one.
There's always one. Yeah, didn't they like the English voice actors released like a CD of
No, they wanted
the music
to.
too, or they wanted to, but then the licensing and
Yeah.
other shit got
I
in the
think
way.
that's how it was.
Yep. Yeah, I know Greg Ayers would like play his copy of it during autograph sessions because they couldn't release it, but he wanted people to hear it. Yeah. Yeah,
It's so good.
this was a show. I mentioned this on the podcast before, but I didn't play music growing up, but I didn't have any friends who were into anime growing up, so I hung out with all the guys in all the bands. So, and I wanted to, show people anime. So I watched this show over and over again, showing it to all my different friends from all the different bands, and mostly in like marathon sessions, and it was a lot of fun. They all enjoyed it.
I could see that because, as DJ said, it's a pretty accurate portrayal of
It's
a
really
band.
true to what it's like being in a band at that age and just being like, oh man, there's all these cool older people around me. I have to live up to their expectations, and it's just so true to what that is.
And also, since you're a teenager, every little bit of drama seems like the world is crashing down around you sometimes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because that's the only thing that really kind of tainted my original watching of it, was even though I was, much younger than I am now. I was probably only like 19 years old, so almost 11 years ago at this point. I had little moments where I was like, "You're just a teenager, man. It's not that fucking big of a deal what you're going through." But other than that, yeah, it was. I really enjoyed it. There used to be a cool set you could buy, like not the save DVD, but it came in like an amp case,
Yeah.
or I think the box was like
Ooh,
the
that's
shape of a
cool.
guitar amp.
Yeah.
I have a box set of this, but it's not like a save one. It's just like, I don't know, it's some random box set I bought from a booth at a convention.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
might be
I
the
bought
same one I
the
have.
save set and immediately flipped that art around.
Yeah. All right. On to Darius, year number 6.
Okay. My number 6 also is a bit of a heart wrencher, and it completely got me the first time I saw it. It was, excuse me, Mamoru Hosoda's Wolf Children. People try to ask me something, or it's something I get asked, or I keep seeing a common question on the internet. If you really wanted to get some money to watch anime, what's something that you would use? What's a title you would use? And I often go by the motto of whatever the person likes in American TV or Hollywood films, use that. And if you really are trying to convince a friend of what anime can be like. But this is one that I feel is a very universally themed. Basically, you're following a single mother who, a single woman who winds up having 2 children who wind up being werewolves, and all the problems that ensue. And also, I like to tell casual friends that are not necessarily into anime, I think of it as a testament to single parent families with special needs children, because that's what so much of the emotional impact of and the hardships that they have to face gets realized in this story. Not necessarily becoming a werewolf, mind you, of course, but just any medical issue that comes up, you can't just always just go to a hospital. I'll put it that way. Things like that, and it just, from beginning to end, it just completely grabs you in. Like you're watching, primarily focused on the mom, and then there are 2 siblings, and then and then there are 2 children. Second part focuses on one of them. The other focuses on the other child and how he relates to the world. And from beginning to end, it is just a completely beautiful, very thoughtful, and well-planned story. And I can never say enough about this film. I'm hoping next week I'm going to be going to a screening of Hosoda's newest work, Bell, and I'm hoping to catch up to him. So cross fingers on that. But I just really want to tell him thank you, because this is a hell of a film. But he's done Summer Wars, he's done Girl Who Loved Through Time, and he's been a hell of a filmmaker. And I was like, okay, there are certain filmmakers when I actually made a different list just to screw around of my top 10 favorite anime films and kind of aggregate this list from that, and naturally left out some of my other favorite filmmakers for my overall top 10 list. But this film just got me so hard. Like I screened it at 2 different anime conventions, and by the time it was over both times, I had people crying in the audience. They were like, "Oh my God, this is beautiful." And so I think this is something that any casual person who just wants a good story about life and hardships sometimes they may face, this is one I would definitely point to them and recommend and say, "Hey, just check this out. You may need Kleenexes and everything like that, but it's one that that people I think can definitely relate to, and it can be something that can just get them like, okay, well, what else did this filmmaker done, or what other ones would you recommend?" So that this is Wolf Children will stay in my top 10 for probably a very long time.
Yeah. All right, Kate, what about your number 6?
Okay, here we go. My number 6 is one that showed up on quite a few listener submitted lists, and that is Magic Knight Ray Earth. Ray Earth was probably the second anime that I ever really got into after Sailor Moon. Which was no easy feat because I had to track it down. And I believe I saw the first couple of episodes by tape trading. So there's that, because that was a million years ago. And I actually read some of the manga first because of Tokyo Pop, which was then Mixine releasing in English. And I still think Ray Earth has one of the best openings of all time, or at least probably one of my favorite anime openings of all time. And they really should be more isekai shows with high school girls shooting magic out of their hands and piloting magical mechs to save a world. There should be more Ray Earths. That is my extremely short Ray Earth recommendation. There should be more Ray Earths.
No argument. I like it.
Also, they fucked up the ending of the second season by not having it end with the way the manga ended. But I'm going to leave that there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. My number 6 anime of all time is Code Geass. Can you believe this show is 15 years old? It looks like it was made yesterday. It holds up incredibly well in production values, but for 15 years, most of that time anyway, I've just been unable to comprehend why it works as well as it does, because it really shouldn't. These creators who made Code Geass, they've done a few other works that pull some of the same tricks, where they borrow a lot of elements from other hit shows. They throw in every possible element they can think of. They go way over the top. And Code Geass does all of that in spades, especially all of the different elements that it includes. I made a short list of, a small selection of some of the things you can find in Code Geass. They include action, adventure, comedy, drama, mystery, romance, slice of life, fantasy, science fiction, alternate history, cultural themes of Japan, Britain, America, and other nations, wacky school antics, bloody world-changing warfare, mecha, immortals, magic, anime eye superpowers, mind control, other mind manipulations, military, morality, political intrigue, conspiracies, revenge plots, strategic battles of the mind represented by chess, psychology, philosophy, metaphysics, equal parts cerebral and silly, equal parts shockingly brutal tragedy and pure fun, and equal opportunity fan service. So yeah, Code Geass has everything, and when you try to throw all of those things into a single show, usually it is a horrible, chaotic mess, and this absolutely should be, but instead it ended up being this just perfect storm. Everything that should have contradicted each other, complemented each other instead. It was just lightning in a bottle. It was magic that you can never recapture. They've tried a few times. Everything just fell into place. It played to all the strengths of everyone involved in the production. I'm sure they didn't even know that it would turn out that well. And like I said, they do borrow a lot from other series. It was actually running simultaneously with Death Note, but I bet they read the manga first because there's a lot of overlap there. It's a, Sunrise series. They pay a lot of homage to Gundam, some of it very blatant. And there's also some, good old Evangelion plot as you get later on in the series. So, yeah, it's pretty derivative, I guess, but it, pays homage respectfully and takes those elements and combines them into something very unique. Like, even if you can see overlap with Death Note or with Gundam, the way that it combines with all these other elements that you would never find in one of those shows just makes it something that you can't replicate. And yeah, I've loved it for the past almost 15 years now, and it's always been one of my favorites, and it's still difficult for me to really figure out how they pulled it off, how it's so good. But that's my number 6. And if no one has anything to say about that, or any of the ones we talked about, then we can have Darius read the top 10s that he got from his post on his personal Facebook page.
Oh, thank you. All right. So going down the list here, I got first is John Carroll, who was the first to respond to me. He couldn't make out a full 10 list, but his favorite anime is Witch Hunter Robin, which you don't really hear people talk about anymore. So that's a very underrated gem there, John. Very good one. Number one was Seneca Wilson. Next, going from the bottom to the top, number 10 will be Fullmetal Panic. Number 9, You're Under Arrest. Number 8, Reincarnated as a Slime. Number 7, The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Number 6, Jomungan. Number 5, Gundam Origin. Number 4, oh, you didn't even have top 10. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I guess I bossed this up. Number 4, I guess, Gundam Origin. Number 3.
No, you were right with the numbering I have.
What number am I on this here? Let's see.
So number 4 is Lotus War, right?
Lotus War. Okay. Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm mixing. My brain's not seeing the little commas. I'm sorry about that. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Okay. Record of the Lotus War is number 4. Number 3 is Gate. Number 2, Mobile Police Patlabor. Number 1, the Slayers franchise. Well, a fun one. All right.
Gate? Like the one from a few years ago?
All of Slayers. There's so many. There's like what? So many.
No. Gate.
Gate.
I think you said.
Gate. Yeah.
Unless I misheard you.
Yeah. Gate. Yeah. Gate. He likes it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Charles Queenie. Hope I get your number, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Number 10, The Professional Go-Go 13. Number 9, Rujin Z. Number 8, Berserk, the 90s version of it. Number 7, The Vision of Escaflowne. Number 6, Moribito. Number 5, Vampire Hunter Deep Bloodlust. Number 4, They Were 11. Oh, I love that movie. Number 3, Death Note. Number 2, Redline. And number 1, Nausicaa in the Valley of Wind. All right. Let's see here. Ooh. Make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. Next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm going from Chaika Brown, who only gave me 6 entries. Number 6 is Trigun. Number 5, Yu Yu Hakusho. Number 4, Bakano. Number 3, Gungrave. Number 2, Another. And number 1 is Monster. Some good stuff there. All right. Walter Amos. Yeah, he was talking about how hard this was to narrow down, and yeah, I know him. Yeah, it was. Number 10, Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water. Number 9, Planetes. Oh, I love that show. Number 8, Code Geass. Number 7, Beastars. Number 6, Anohana. Number 5, The Tale of Princess Kaguya. Number 4, Spirited Away. Number 3, Rosa Versailles. Shit, I forgot that one. Number 2, Number 4, Rosa Versailles. Number 3, Giant Robo. Number 2, Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Number 1, Space Battleship Yamato.
Yeah, the reason he got screwed up is because he actually submitted 11. So
11.
I cut off his last one, Nadia.
Oops. Sorry. I need to count these, Marvin. Alrighty.
I mean, he submitted the wrong number, so...
Alrighty. Next up is the list by... James, I'm very, very sorry, man. I've never had a chance to pronounce your name, so please forgive me. James Kapotsas. Kapotsas. James Kapotsas. Fellow Savage from Otakon. Cool guy. All right, number 10, Razafon. Number 9, Attack on Titan. Number 8, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Number 7, Armored Trooper Votoms. Number 6, hold on, let me count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 8, 10, 9, 8, 7. 7 is Armored Trooper Votoms. Number 6, Zeta Gundam. Number 5, Dalos. Number 4, Blue Comet SPT Laser. Number 3, Fang of the Sun Dugram. Number 2 are the original Mobile Suit Gundam. And number 1, Space Battleship Yamato.
Dalos is an interesting choice. I just watched that a few days ago, actually.
First OAV ever. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons I watched it, for the historical value. It had a lot of cool ideas, but I guess something was like, it was meant to be a longer show, and then it, like, the budget got smashed, so they changed it into an OVA, which is why it leaves some significant, like, plot stuff kind of unsolved.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it just... Yes, that was the creation of the OAV format, pretty much for that reason. Some things just didn't get a chance to play out. On to Rashad Moore. Number 10, Gurren Lagann. Number 9, Tenchi Miyu. Number 8, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 7, Gundam Ace Team 08. Number 6, Super Dimensional Fortress Macross. Number 5, Mobile Fighter G Gundam. Number 4, Aim for the Top Gunbuster. Number 3, Cowboy Bebop. Number 2, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Number 1, Giant Robo. Yeah. And let's see. Yes, for those keeping score, yes, my fans are, telling my friends are old school fans, so you're not going to see too much of the new stuff on here. Just warn you. All right. And we get to Renee Woodruff. Renee Woodruff. Sorry, I hope I pronounced this correctly. And her list: number 10, Stelvio of the Universe. Number 9, Tenchi Miyu. Number 8, the original Saint Seiya series. Number 7, Yorodon Samurai Troopers or Ronin Warriors. Number 6, Bio Booster Armored Guyver, the original one from the 80s, I'm going to guess. Number 4, Cyber City 080808. Number 3, Gundam Double Zeta. Interesting. No. Okay. Did they actually... Oh, man, hold on, let me count this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10.
I'm glad we're all having difficulty trying to parse these lists that we have to read here.
Hey, c'est la vie. C'est la vie, c'est la vie. That's just the way it goes. All right.
Well,
yeah.
Interesting.
Nobody remembers that song. Nobody remembers. Oh, jeez, I am old. All right. Number 5.
Just wasn't expecting a musical performance in this episode, but go on.
Hey, the mass singer. All right. Number 5, Cyber City 0808. Number 4, Gundam Double Zeta. Number 3, Sailor Moon, the original, especially with the S season. Number 2, Slayers, all of Slayers. Number 1, the original Bubbling Crisis specifically says this, and not Torrent 2040. That is very specified on that. And Jimmy Taylor, how you doing, brother? All right. We get number 10, Bastard, not Goddamn, Bastard. And number 9, we got Project Echo. Number 8, Fushigi Yugi. Ooh, I haven't heard that one in a while. Number 7, Vampire Hunter D. Number 6, Transformers. Number 5, Sailor Moon, 90s stuff. Number 4, the Minion Tank Police. Number 3, Akira. Number 2, Go Lion, naturally. And number 1, Macross. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about Transformers being counted as anime.
There are. You can definitely count it as anime because there are several Transformers series that are only made in Japan and have only.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about that one, right? He was talking about the original.
No.
The only one just called Transformers was the American one.
Well, they kind of extended. I mean, I think they extend the original timeline with 3 different shows: Headfasters, Master Force, Zone, and Victory, and they basically go into that. So we could definitely count Transformers on this. And then there were Japanese versions of Beast Wars as well, and a lot of other stuff. So yeah, I say count it. Let's see, Tim Eldred. Oh wait, whoa! Oops, I'm skipping somebody. I'm sorry, Mike Autovadas. Sorry about that, my man. All right. Number 10, we got Armored Trooper Votoms. Number 9, Galaxy Express 999. Number 8, Ghost in the Shell, Standalone Complex and Second Gig. Number 7, Cowboy Bebop. Number 6, Haibane Reme. Number 5, Angel's Egg. Oh, good lord. Number 4, Pat Labor 2, the second Pat Labor movie. Number 3, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Number 2, Super Dimension Fortress Macross. Number 1, Space Battleship Yamato. Okay. And then there's Tim Eldred, awesome man, does animation work for Marvel. He's a really cool guy. Number 10, Panzer World Galleon. Ah, yes. Number 9, Planetez. Number 8, Giant Gorg. Oh, I forgot that. Number 7, Space Brothers. Number 6, Hokuto no Ken, The Fist of the North Star. Number 5, Brown Vernian Bifom. Number 4, Blue Comet SPT Lasner. Number 3, the Universal Century Gundam stuff. Number 2, Votoms. And number 1, Space Battleship Yamato. Let's see. Yeah, Tim's a really awesome mech head. You'll find his stuff in the Votoms box set. Okay, Eric Murray. Okay. Alright. Cool guy from Motorcon also as well. We got number 10, Ninja Scroll. Number 9, the El Hazard. Number 8, Tenchi Miyu. Number 7, Katsuhiro Tomo's Memories. Number 6, Paprika. Number 5, Dirty Pair. He really loves the Project Eden movie. Number 4, Mole Diver. Number 3, Castle in the Sky, Laputa. Number 2, Combustible Campus Guardress. Oh, God, I haven't thought about that in years. Number 1, Detonator Organ. Ah, I love that one. Alrighty. Ooh. And then we get to Miles Thomas. Alright. Starting from the bottom here, we got number 10, Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju. Ooh. Yeah, we had that earlier. Number 9, Morocco. Number 8, Bakano. Number 7, Makia. Number 6, Evangelion. Number 5, Bushishi. Number 4, Kaiba. Number 3, Royal Space Force Mizawani Amis. Number 2, wait a minute. Did I count that right?
Yeah, Miles gave you 11 as well.
Okay. Bloody hell.
Make it count.
Bloody hell.
My people.
Okay. Well.
This is Miles Thomas of Crunchyroll fame, by the way.
Oh, awesome. Uh, let's see. Well, I guess move one down when you're writing this thing, Castle. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, I already did.
Okay, good. All right. His number 3 then is The Angel's Egg. Number 2 is Pat Labor Movie 2. And number 1 is Urusei Yatsura Beautiful Dreamer. Okay.
Angel's Egg is art house as fuck.
Yes, it is.
You gotta watch that like 6 times.
Oh, Jason, you posted on my Twitter and my personal page. Okay. So we have you already. Madeline Thomason. Thank you, Madeline. Okay, she didn't do 10. Hold on, let me do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, she gave me 6. All right, we'll count these, Madeline. All right. Number 6, I guess, is Food Wars. Number 5, the original Saint Seiya TV series. Number 4 is Fullmetal Panic. Number 3, Scrap Princess. Number 2, Gunslinger Girl. Ooh, that's brutal. And number 1, Cowboy Bebop. Very cool. Right here. And let's see. And from there, I got Julius Nazar. Yes, your list changes all the time. I know the feeling, brother. Number 10, My Hero Academia. Number 9, Konosuba. Number 8, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Number 7, Berserk. Number 6, Grave of the Fireflies. Number 5, Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Number 4, Pop Team Epic. Number 3, the slime reincarnation stuff. Number 2, Summer Wars. And number 1, Bubble Crisis. And Megan, I already knew your number 1 already. I just know you. Alrighty. Number 10, Aishite Knight. Interesting. Never licensed. Okay, interesting. Aishite Knight. I have to remember that. Number 9, The Rose of Versailles. Number 8, Inuyasha. Number 7, Victorian Romance Emma. Number 6, Fushigi Yuri. Number 5, the original Sailor Moon series. Number 4, Rurouni Kenshin. Number 3, Maison Ikoku. Number 2, Rama 1/2. And number 1, Slayers. She's like the ultimate Slayers fan. And that's all I have for my personal page. Ugh.
All right. We're gonna.
I do love the amount of old stuff that was on those lists.
Yeah.
I've recently been trying to do diving more into old stuff. I've always liked it, but now it's kind of like I'll watch something new or something that's like a new season and also balance it by watching something old at this point. And I think, well, old for me is like 2005 and under because that's 15 years at this point.
Fair enough.
So like I was watching Emma, but you know, I try to get a good mix of the old stuff too, just because there's so much quality like shit from the 80s, 90s, early 2000s out there that a lot of people don't really watch unless you're a discotheque freak, which are my kind of people. But yeah, I'm glad that a lot of those lists had that old stuff in there.
I'm kind of ancient, so at this point, yeah. Yeah, we kind of we vibe the same way. So yeah, and there are some shows that we've not seen licensed yet. Where, excuse me, kind of keep hoping sometime will pop up one day. Gorgeous, man, that's something. My God, I haven't thought about that in years. This is this 4-part OAV series that nobody ever talks about anymore, but it was a lot of fun. But yeah, you know, doing this whole collecting this medium like all of us have, you know, depending on your starting point, there's so much that we've tapped into, and you know that's why this whole exercise has been very trying. The more you get, you're like, how the hell do you sift through this? You know, and
yeah, Kestrel, how the hell do we sift through this?
That's why it's such a fun exercise.
Yeah.
Gotta think about all the good shit.
I use apple pie myself. Slow sips over ice, good stuff. My goodness, you know, it's been so much fun collecting this stuff, and we're only due to the nature of things, I believe there's a plan in place for how we're going to handle all our top tens and stuff, and everything. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of work and a lot of thinking. Don't be afraid to kill your darlings, I think is the phrase in writing, I believe.
All right, and now we are on to our number fives. So to start us off, Kane, what is your number five?
Alrighty, so my number five is Little Witch Academia. I didn't really have a whole lot of like big like preamble for it. I was trying to think of exactly how to describe why I like it so much, but the best I could always really kind of drill down is it has a great combination of art and a coming of age story with a lot of really fun characters, and it doesn't feel cynical at all or anything like that. So yeah, I really, really like this show. I watched the series and the 2 short films, and I even played the video game, which just kind of goes to show how much I liked it, because normally I don't really play any anime-based video games at all.
How was that game? Because I wanted it, and then people were like, it's really bad, so I didn't get it.
I don't think it's particularly bad. It's got a lot of just like backtracking and sort of fetch quest stuff, so it's not particularly good, but it's like
That's
not
fine.
awful.
That's just a JRPG.
Yeah, it's not terribly made, or it's, you know, it looks fine. The art style is really good. It has like a hand-drawn cutscenes for stuff, which is really cool. So it nails the art style and the characters and things. But yeah, there's a lot of like backtrack here or backtrack there, because it all takes place inside the school. So it's like, go meet, you know, Sushi at the like cafeteria. Okay, you did that. Now go meet Diana here. Oh, gotta go back to Sushi over here now. So there's a lot of that, but I enjoyed it. I think I just like the characters in the world that they live in. So, yeah, I watched this just on a whim on Netflix one day, and it just, I don't know, it really caught me. I typically like Studio Trigger stuff anyway, so it had a leg up there. But I think it's just a really fun story, like a coming of age. I mean, probably the only true thing that's hard to dispel to cast off your disbelief. I can't remember the exact nomenclature there, is the whole world kind of revolves around this witches school trying to regain and hold on to some relevancy because the world considers magic as outdated. And I'm like, they're fucking growing 65-foot tall plants in an instant. Like, how is that ever not going to be cool or useful or anything like that? Because it's not a highly like technologically advanced society they live in either. It still kind of feels industrial age almost, outside of, you know, all this crazy magic shit. But yeah, this is one of the ones that was pretty easy to put on my list. I just couldn't figure out where. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think people who don't like anime would like watching it as well, because it's just about a bunch of girls going to a witch school and flying on brooms and wearing cool uniforms and stuff like that. I think everybody really likes Sushi as a character because she's a ghoul. I know that she got really popular for a while because you can't even see her legs. Her like dress just ends in a bunch of like half jagged robe bits.
Yeah. I love her. She is fantastic.
Sushi is really great. I really particularly liked her as well. I think I like all of them for their own ways. Like, I like Lot as well. She's the orange-haired one with the glasses and does all the smart things. And I think it's because all the characters, even though they do sort of fill in like tropes in their niche within the shows. Like Sushi is, you know, the kind of ghoulish friend who you don't really know how she feels about anyone at any particular time, and she's kind of aloof. And then Akko is the protagonist character who has to try really hard all the time and may not be very good at stuff, but she gets people to like her because of her tenacity, and Lot's the smart one. But they all sort of work really well in tandem and complement each other's idiosyncrasies and personalities without anybody sort of like making fun of them or having it be a problem that Lot is the smart one and not like particularly skilled in combat magic or broom flying or whatever. Like they all have a chance in the show to kind of flex their muscles in their specialty without anyone really feeling like a hindrance for the most part. Which is nice. It isn't just like, oh, you know, Sushi does the poisons, but then she's super weird other than that. Like, there's little bits here and there where they do little fun jokes, but no one feels like cast out and just put into their box to check off, this is our thing. Plus, it's got the great, you know, really ridiculously German names that are entirely unnecessary. One of the characters' name is Constance Amelie von Braunschbank Albrechtsberger. Yeah, it really fucking is. She's the technology like witch. Like she combines magic and machinery, so she makes like little robots that come to life, and I think she makes like a laser gun at one point in time, which is pretty fucking cool. But yeah, so yeah, Little Witch Academia is my number 5, and I would recommend anybody to just go watch the shorts to give it a shot. I think they're like 40 to 50 minutes a piece, and they go by real quick. And then I think the TV show is 26 episodes.
Something like that, yeah. I'm not the biggest Trigger fan normally, but this is definitely one of their properties that I love, and it's a lot different from pretty much anything else they've done. So that's fun.
It really is, and I think the art style is similar to what they did for Promare and stuff eventually, and things like that. It's definitely not like Inferno Copper, the ninja one that I can't remember what that one was called anymore. Like
Ninja Slayer, don't you own it?
I used to. I don't own it anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, so I think this is probably it's definitely the best series that has come out, I think, for Trigger in terms of like general quality and execution. I think in their total portfolio, it might be like 3rd, maybe, depending on how I feel about Promare on any given day, and then Gurren Lagann. But yeah, so everyone go out and watch these shorts at the very least. Avoid the video game unless you really, really like the whole universe.
All right. Darius, what is your number 5?
My number 5 favorite anime of all time. I had to waffle between this and Arcadia of my youth. It would be Galaxy Express 999. I like the film version by Leiji Matsumoto. There is a TV show that's lasted like about 109 episodes or so, and has been featured prominently in Japan's top 100 anime of all time frequently. And I myself liked it a lot. The first time the first time I learned about it was from reading a section in the back of Robotech Art 1 about the history of anime up to that point. This is like the late 80s, so it's mileage may vary on that. But yeah, I was fascinated by the designs of Captain Harlock and Tetsuro and Maytel, and I kind of like the story. Basically, it's about a little boy who wants to get on this train that actually goes through space, but he has a very specific reason. Basically, it's a time in the future when people can get machine bodies and live forever. And one such machine person goes and kills Tetsuro's mother, just while on a hunting trip, and just takes off. So this little boy decides he wants to have him go out, jump on the train, get a machine body one day so he can go and kill the guy who murdered his mother. And he meets this mysterious woman named Maytel who says she'll help him out. because he was be his bodyguard. Like, okay. And I don't know. It's one of I keep hearing this phrase, comfort anime. It's kind of one of mine. Sometimes I just turn it on and I veg and have it playing in the background. You see this little boy, he meets all these different various Matsumoto mainstays and things like that. And you kind of see. And by the way, spoiler for anybody who tries to get into Leiji Matsumoto's anime, do not try to connect them all together. You'll just hurt yourself. It just will not work. But I just enjoy some of the fun themes. Basically, attempts at immortality, what growing up means, things like that. There was a second film, Adieu, Galaxy Express 999, and where humans and machine people are at total war, and anything remotely resembling a fun childhood for Tetsuro is gone. So he's growing up in that way. But I enjoy watching the heck out of it. It used to come on Sci-Fi Channel in the early '90s with a Viz dub, alongside the Apollo Smiles singing girl segments. Those were kind of amusing. So you might see a clip of a dub from that, or a clip of a dub where Tetsuro's name is Joey Hanabana Commander Smith.
What?
I swear I swear he says all of that as his name. Captain Harlock now is Captain Warlock, and he has a John Wayne accent the entire time. It's this Roger Corman version that was released in theaters.
Oh, that would explain it. Okay.
Yeah. It got released, limited release in theaters for a bit. It's kind of fun to watch. So yeah, people kind of make fun of it. But I'm a very big fan of it, and basically that film and Arcadia My Youth kind of got me wanting to check out Matsumoto's works and becoming addicted to his style of storytelling. You see these different women that are basically based on this one French film Matsumoto loved, Marianne of My Youth, I think it's called. And you see like his obsession with interesting types of guns and everything. And this is after he had already made Space Pirate Captain Harlock and contributed to Space Battleship Yamato. And it's like I said, it's just fun to really get into the Matsumoto universe. Although don't ever try to connect them all; you'll just hurt yourself. And I'll say, yeah, that's my top. That's one of my top 5. That's number 5 right there for me.
All right, Kate, what about your number 5?
My number 5 is a little show called Denocoil. Denocoil is a show that did not get an official release in English for a very, very, very long time, which is very unfortunate because when it came out, it was very cutting-edge, near-future sci-fi, where a group of children are running around with VR glasses on, except they're not VR glasses, they're augmented reality glasses, which is something that it took off after that with the event of Google Glass and the horror that spread on the world that was not ready for it for a brief moment. So that augmented reality, like future, they went heavy in on it, and you had a group of school kids running around with their virtual pets, always wearing their glasses to the point where the parents are like, take your glasses off. You shouldn't be wearing these 24/7. It's rotting your brains. It's putting you in danger because somebody ran into traffic and got killed. So on one hand, you have this cute story about these school kids, school kid hackers, basically, because they're running around finding neat little exploits and basically hacking reality, but in a very oddly realistic sort of way, where, much like speedrunners, they would find ways to, like, clip through the virtual geography by using real-world objects that were coded in such a way as to interact with the overlay of cyber world that they were interacting with. And there were even a censor program that would come out and try to stop them and put to right the situation, the things they kept doing to the town and the objects in the town that they were messing around with. And eventually the story kind of turns into a murder mystery. There is the inevitable, this kid went into a coma because they weren't paying attention. The traffic, all the self-driving cars didn't obey the traffic signs. The lights turned. The kid was in the street, got hit by the cars. They blamed it on the glasses. So this was all very nascent, like surprisingly realistic near future sci-fi with like real issues that ended up happening. And then by the time it came out here, most of the, it was post Google Glasses, and that future still seems very far away, but it's just astounding how prescient it all is. Plus, it's just a great show. Like, there are 2 episodes in particular, right, the kind of middle of the series that are just absolutely amazing comedy bits in their own, and it's just this weird kind of sense of whimsy. There's a moment where the kids are going through an abandoned trolley yard, basically trying to find bits of like digital currency lost in this real life trolley yard, and realizing that these trolleys are registering as being whole when in reality they are not. So the kids are like about to fall through the floor of one of these trolley cars because their glasses are telling them it's whole, and it's really kind of just falling into disrepair. Just really cool interactions like that, and the mix of technology and reality. So that gets my number 5 spot.
This is one that Emily really wanted to watch for a while. I think after seeing just like the profile picture, so to speak, of it, and the idea of it was cool. So maybe we can revisit it since it's on your list. So somebody I know has watched it and enjoys it.
It's funny because I really like it, and Chris Beveridge does not. Like, when he finally watched it, he's like, and I'm like, because... So I think it doesn't make as much of an impact now as it used to, but it's still a really good show.
All right. Kane, what is my number 5 anime of all time?
Oh, okay. We talked about this. Well, I have several guesses. How many do I get?
1.
Oh, fucking... All right. Is it... Oh, man.
He already
said that, so that's out. I was going to say maybe Legend of the Galactic Heroes, if only because it's so long, it may not be number 1 because of that.
My number 5 anime of all time is Attack on Titan.
Ah, shit. That was on my list when we talked. It's just, I didn't get the order. I just had the list, but I didn't get the order.
But that show's not done yet. What if they shit the bed in the final season?
Yeah, I'll get there. All right. I know we're running long, but I probably have more to say about this than any of the others, so... over the past few years, Attack on Titan has been reaffirming my love for anime. In that time, it's had some of the greatest, most perfect episodes of anything ever. If it was always at that level, it would easily be my favorite anime of all time, and my favorite series, period. Assuming everything goes well in the end, it could always be a Game of Thrones. But... Ow! Even at the worst parts in the earlier seasons, it's always been an exhilarating thrill ride with some of the best action direction and animation ever conceived, and music that's just as captivating. At first, it seems to have a simple enough premise, albeit shrouded in mystery, and the antagonists are monsters that evoke sheer terror, and that's really an emotion that I've never seen depicted as deftly as in Attack on Titan. It's a highly effective representation of soldiers' fear and trauma all the way through, but as we begin to learn the truths behind the complicated but very well-realized world and all of its lore, it starts to become much less abstract, and it really unflinchingly examines war from all sides. So eventually there are no heroes or villains. There's just a diverse cast of very complex people trying to survive, reckon with their own atrocities, figure out what the best path is in this world of literal monsters, genocide, and propaganda. And contrary to the rhetoric of sensationalists desperate for controversy, it's the most profound
Hey, now.
condemnation of fascism I've ever seen in anime. Or most media, for that matter.
Damn.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Those people.
Indeed.
But you said it's a profound condemnation of
Yes.
fascism?
Absolutely.
100%.
Okay.
It's like because there's fascism in it, people are like, yeah, it's glorifying it.
Right.
No, pay any amount of attention to the show, and you will see that is absolutely not the case.
Yeah,
Like,
the
just
text,
having something doesn't mean you support it.
the text, the subtext, and the supertext are all demonstrably anti-fascist all the way through. More and more as it goes on. Yeah,
Awesome.
It's really great, really powerful, and the final part begins on January 9th, so hopefully it sticks the ending.
I hope so as well. I have heard nothing but bad things about
Me
how
too.
the series ends, so I'm really worried.
I'm a little concerned, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, everything the new studio's given us so far has been phenomenal. So, I mean, I have no reason to doubt them now.
Yeah, and I've read up to almost what the anime has covered in the manga now. I only started reading it far after I had gone well into the anime. But I can tell you that every team that has been a part of that adaptation has gone leaps and bounds to make it far better than the manga. So you can't do that much to polish a turd of an ending, but I think it will at least be a lot better than it was in the original form, whatever it is.
I hope so. Yeah. It's definitely evolved since it first came out, because when Attack on Titan first aired, it kind of like shook the world for a little bit, but then there was that big period of downtime and everyone kind of cooled off, and it's been, like you said, like slowly building it back up and revolving a lot of people's love for anime. So it's nice knowing that it's gotten back to the original levels of hype. I know a lot of people took exception to the second and third season. I still love the second season show, but that seems to be the one everyone hates. It's definitely changed a lot, though.
Yeah, I certainly don't hate any of the seasons. I think second might be the weakest. But I think, yeah, the third season is much stronger, especially the second half. The second half of the third season is still my absolute favorite. And then, yeah, the first part of the final season we've gotten was surprisingly very good, considering the new staff and everything.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't turn around and be like, actually, fascism wasn't that bad. Like right at the very end, it's like all the genocide, there's probably a good reason behind it.
That would be a bad ending.
Yes.
I mean, man, egg on everybody's faces that just talked about how it isn't. If it turns around in the end and says, actually, it's good.
We can go back and edit this podcast and just re-upload it.
As of this moment, from an anime-only perspective, that is definitely not the case. And all of the people who like to scream about it being the case, most of them have not watched like any of the material that they're complaining about.
They just heard about it.
Yeah, and the ones that have dropped it before it actually got the chance to make a statement at all.
Man, what an ending that would be, though.
Yeah.
That would be... I would want to watch it just to see...
Tentatively fuck all those people who think that it's a promotion.
Absolutely.
Fascism, tentatively.
I would want to watch it
sure.
just to see how it would... If that's what happens, I doubt seriously that's what would happen if what you guys say is true, because I haven't watched it. But I would love to see how it can do a complete 180 in such a short period of time.
That would be an achievement in and of
Yeah,
itself.
that's where I'm coming from. Like, I mean, you just gotta watch the dumpster fire.
Fingers crossed. All right, DJ, what's your number 5?
My number 5 is another action-packed hyper drama with less giant monsters and more historical figures. And that would be Fate Zero. I have loved the Fate series for a very long time. It was my introduction to visual novels and Fate Stay Night, which kind of spiraled me into a never-ending pit of consuming them, and now it's my job, so that's cool. But Fate Zero is our introduction to UFO tables, or UFO table, or whatever you want to pronounce their studio as. It's our introduction into their take on the series. and Fate Zero, I think, is still, and I haven't seen the final Heaven's Feel movie, so this is another tentative, I guess, placeholder answer, but I think it is the best thing that Ufotable has done in the Fate series, just Fate Zero as a whole. It is centered around the father or adoptive father of Shiro Emiya, who was the protagonist of Fate Stay Night, and Kiritsugu Emiya, he is the one in Fate Zero. Saber comes back because she is the mascot of the Fate series, but under a different master, and it's just another part of the Holy Grail War, where a bunch of different what they call masters take control of heroic spirits and force them to fight each other for a Holy Grail that is said to grant a wish. So it's just a lot of slaughter and a lot of really intense character drama. And the animation for the series is phenomenal. It is an extremely dark fantasy, and every single movement in the show sort of propels it down a darker and darker path until there's a really, I don't want to say upsetting, but climactic, not that great resolution in the end that'll eventually set the stage for the rest of the Fate series, because this serves as a prequel to it. The entire thing is wonderfully directed. Aoki is a god, and I have virtually no complaints about this series, because not only did it put out probably the greatest installation in one of my favorite franchises in media, if you take out all of the horrible spin-offs that have popped up over the last several years, it takes that and it runs with it, and it turned it into something that not only I love, but millions of people love, or maybe not millions, but a lot of fucking people love. It is such a great show, and I really can't say enough about it. Even the parts that people don't like particularly, like the first couple episodes, are super slow because there's a lot of exposition that you need to get out of the way. And I just, having experienced the series already, getting a refresher course on how it all worked was awesome for me. But I guess I can kind of understand where people are coming from, where they're just like, yo, get to the point, stop walking around in circles.
Literally.
I like the circles. Yeah, there's like a 15-minute conversation where they're just walking in circles and like plot dumping. But for someone who like knew how things worked already, getting the like TLDR on it was cool for me. If you can make it past that, which many people did and many people continue to do because the series is still exploding in popularity, if you can get past that, you are in store for one of the best anime out there, and I think it rightfully has earned its spot in my top 5 as number 5.
All right. So we got some more submissions from Darius. So these were from the Urban Anime Lounge group on, I assume, also Facebook. So we will have Kane read those.
Okie dokie. So the first list we have is from @CC Solomon. This is another one that just has 9 in it, so I'm assuming it was Avatar or something.
Yeah, I'll check that in a second.
There's one with 7 leading up, and I want to know about that one. But, all right, so number 9 is Samurai Champloo. Number 8 is Fullmetal Alchemist. Number 7 is Trigun. Number 6 is Ouran High School Host Club. Number 5 is Noragami. Number 4 is Kami-sama Hajimemashita. Number 3 is Attack on Titan. Inuyasha at number 2, and then Bleach at number 1. So that's a fun one.
I will mention this person and the next person did only submit the ones that I have on there. So I didn't cut any.
No Avatars, no Castlevanias.
No.
All right, the next one is by from at Ari Mansell, and that's number 7, Assassination Classroom. Number 6, Samurai Champloo. That's 2 for 2. Number 5 is Nana. 4 is High School Host Club. Man, another 2 for 2. 3 is all right. This is my time for the Crucible. So number 3 is Ano Himita Hana no Name wo Bokutachi wa Mada Shiranai. I have no idea what that is.
Forgot how long.
Is that Anohana?
Yep. That is Anohana for sure.
context clues is all I had to work off.
You had the word Hani.
Yep,
You're like,
yeah,
You had Ano and you had Hana.
That's right. And then number 2 is Psychopaths, whew, an easy one. And then number 1 is Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Is this we've been getting a lot of like mix between the two, more than I would think, as long as the people who put Fullmetal Alchemist mean the first one.
There were very few that didn't specify Brotherhood.
Interesting. All right, the next list is from @Derek Rose. 10 is Mushishi, 9 Naruto, 8 Mobile Fighter G Gundam, nice. 7 is Berserk, 6 Yu Yu Hakusho, 5 is Samurai Champloo, 4 is Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, 3 is Katana Gatari, 2 Cowboy Bebop, and number 1 Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood again. So nice, really seeing that one show up. And then the next one is from @Trisha Phillips. 10 is Hellsing Ultimate. Number 9 is Vampire Hunter D. 8 is Fairy Tail. 7 is Parasite the Maxim. 6 is Bleach. 5 is Naruto. 4 Death Note. 3 Devilman Crybaby. 2 Attack on Titan. And wow, number 1 is Berserk. Which, nice. Then the next list is from @Nesdos, and that's number 10 is Drifters, which is what I thought DJ was originally going to go with when he was talking about historical figures and fighting. 9 is Monster. That's a good one. 8 is Magi, The Labyrinth of Magic. 7, Rurouni Kenshin. 6, Mobile Suit Gundam. Number 5 is Tenchi Muyo. Number 4 is Phantom Requiem for the Phantom. 3, Sword of the Stranger. Number 2 is Gintama. And number 1 is Berserk. Next list is from L. Walker. And this is another one that starts at number 9. And that's Parasite the Maxim. 8, Berserk. 7, Attack on Titan. 6 is Gatchaman. 5, Code Geass. 4, Assassination Classroom. 3, Devilman Crybaby. 2, Vampire Hunter D. And number 1 is Death Note. And we were coming down to the last couple here, and the penultimate list is from @Ashrain W. Corby. Very cool name. And that is... Oh, this actually is the last one. So this is not the penultimate, but the final. And that's number 10 is One Piece. Number 9 is Host Club. Number 8 is Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Number 7 is Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. 6, Shaman King. Number 5 is Nana. 4, Outlaw Star. 3, Trigun. 2, Cowboy Bebop. And number 1 is Samurai Champloo.
Now, just to note about this last guy's list, his actual number 1 was Gundam Wing, and also Iron-Blooded Orphans, and also Gundam Unicorn, and also Gundam Thunderbolt, and also Gundam 8th MS Team.
That's not how it works.
Which is not how it works.
The Universal Century.
No, that's all different.
Yeah, but not even that, because he's got Wing
That's
and
that's
IBO
right.
in
Just
there.
Gundam stuff.
Just assorted Gundams.
Just Gundam.
Yeah.
All the Gundams.
Also,
I should have put all of Fate at my number 5.
yeah, well, it's kind of a stand-in. If he had chosen a representative, I would have accepted that as the number 1. Similarly, he said both versions of Shaman King, both versions of Fullmetal Alchemist, and he submitted 16 in total. So, yeah, a lot of things weren't included in there.
Right. There's a lot of Berserk on that collection, which surprised me just because it's in general like not particularly well regarded for anyone who's read the manga. So I'm wondering if that's just because the base storytelling and world is so incredible that even a like not so well regarded anime is still really good for people who aren't familiar with it.
I think the original 90s Berserk ended at perhaps the worst cliffhanger known to mankind for any sort of anime manga ever.
Yeah.
So I think that that made an impact on people.
I mean, it is a good series. Like, the production hasn't aged that well. Obviously, it could never live up to its source material. No animated adaptation could. And yeah, it leaves off at that cliffhanger. But overall, it's very good.
Hey, let's change from Final Fantasy to Rutsuko Doji at the drop of a fucking hat. Yeah. Show's over, guys. See you later.
Yeah, and then you never got anything more of that until some really shitty anime adaptations way later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because even the movies adapted all the same stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. See, now I feel bad that I didn't read off like the full Japanese titles of all my shows on my list because everyone else has been doing it. So sorry, guys. Yeah, I guess you haven't. Someone on my list also had Anohimi Tahana no Namayo Book Tachi wa Mada Shiranai on their list, so I feel like I should say that at least once.
Ooh,
Kane,
just flex
Yeah,
it.
that's
Kane got it. Kane got it all right except Namai. That was pretty good. Also, that is the first Japanese sentence I've ever been able to say because I memorized it 10 years ago. 10 and a half years ago. Anyway, on to our number 4s. My number 4 anime of all time is Ginga Eiyu Densetsu Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Oh my fucking god. I was
Yeah, off by one.
was
Off
one
by
off.
one. Yeah, so I'll be quick about this one. It's probably the most smartly written anime series I've seen. It's a classic space opera. It shows a mastery of political intrigue, clever strategic and tactical warfare, philosophical dichotomy, resonant character study, and world building on a massive scale. Better than most stories that deal with any of those themes in any medium. It juggles over 300 named characters that bounce between various factions with amazing finesse. It's like Game of Thrones on steroids in terms of all of the different people and factions you have to keep track of. But they really all do make their impact, however brief. You certainly aren't going to remember all of them after you've watched all 110 episodes. But in their moment, they all have very important contributions. So it's all perfectly set to a classical score that literally encompasses the greatest music ever written. All your Beethovens and like 20 other classical composers are in there. So my top 10, everything else on it has been from the last 15 years. This one is 33 years old. So it really had to earn that spot, especially my top 5 of all things. And yeah, all of those aspects just contributed to being a timeless masterpiece.
Good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one I really want to start watching soon, but I think it's only available on High Dive at this.
It is, yep.
I dive. Yeah.
So
Unless you want to pay like a real pretty penny
the
for it.
$800 box set is sold out too. So unless you want to pay like, I don't know, twice that from eBay, yeah, High Dive it is.
Kestrel, can you
Pretty
just send
much.
it to me one disc at a time over the next 15 years? Yeah, and I'll send it back. It'll be like GameFly.
Yeah. Funny enough,
The original.
that is how the series was released originally in Japan, which is why it is by far the longest OVA of all time. Yep.
Yes.
Anyway, Kane, what is your number 4?
My number 4, I think, is one of the most, I don't want to say underappreciated because it's not necessarily old, but I think it has been overlooked mainly because of the very unfortunate year it came out in. And my number 4 is In This Corner of the World. I think In This Corner of the World is one of the most well put together and executed historical fiction pieces of media that I've ever experienced. And I'm very big into historical fiction, especially when it comes to stories that involve sort of the bystanders of war, not the heroes, not the soldiers, but the everyday citizens and family members that have to deal with the aftermath of war, whether it's the aftermath of the entire thing or just a battle or having to put their lives aside for a cause that they may not necessarily believe in, but are also kind of forced to believe in because they don't have another choice. And I think In This Corner of the World really puts that into a fantastic perspective, in that it shows the experience of the main character and her family basically having to give up their entire lives, their dreams, their romance, everything about it, to serve Japan in one way, shape, or form during World War II, because the movie does take place in 1943. So the main character is Suzu, and she wants to be an artist, and she falls in love with a character. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he goes off to war, and I think she sees him one time during the film. So while he's gone and all of the men in Japan are gone in the Pacific Theater fighting, the women and the elderly have to sit back and take care of the family, take care of the homes, the kids, the farm. Life has to go on. And I think that's something that a lot of war fiction in particular doesn't really cover all that much, because it's not quite as exciting as your Band of Brothers, your Saving Private Ryans, your Spartacuses, all those things like that. And I think movies like In This Corner of the World and how poetically tragic it displays the characters and the everyday lives of a citizen, even in a country that was considered the bad guys. I mean, they were the bad guys, but that everybody suffers. Grave of the Fireflies does this very well too. And this is probably one of my favorite movies of all time. And the reason I say it's sort of kneecapped by when it came out is because it came out the same year that Your Name did.
And
A Silent Voice. So it had to play third fiddle to those two. And I don't think it has nearly as, I think, a widespread interest from people because of its art style, because it's not necessarily fantastical, because it's not like it has a lot of stuff that isn't going for it as opposed to a lot of other modern stuff. But this seeing Suzu struggles to kind of raise a family, to give up her life, to give up her dreams and her family for this war, and how it scars her both emotionally and very, very physically. She pays a toll on basically every part of her life, and one of the most powerful scenes is when they're all sitting around a radio, and this is after Suzu's been horribly scarred by a bomb going off. Her home has been firebombed multiple times. It comes over the radio that Japan has surrendered, and she is just absolutely destroyed. But not because throughout the movie anything was expressed that she really cared about the war or supported it, but it's just like, that is the experience of war from the citizens on the losing side. It's all in vain at that point. You gave up everything for this war that this country's fighting in your stead, in your honor, and then they lose. Like, you have nothing at that point. She's lost her husband, she's lost her arms, she's lost her dreams, she's lost everything. But at the same time, it's a beautiful story because of her strength in never giving up and doing all of this work, doing everything she can to just keep her life together. It's super powerful. I know they re-released it with In This Corner and Other Corners, I think it was called, which just kind of expands upon some other side characters, but I don't really know a whole lot about that one because I don't know if it was really released here. But I'm reading a book that is very similar to this theme. It's called A Thousand Ships, and it is about the Trojan War, the Greek and Trojan War, but as told from the women's perspective. And there's a lot of really powerful lines and quotes in that book that I think pertain to this movie as well. It was especially when it comes in regards to Helen of Troy. One of the ones that's most powerful is when Helen was captured, Agamemnon raised an army of 10,000 to find his wife, and 10,000 queens lost their kings. And I think that's very powerful. And I think this movie exemplifies that. Like, war isn't just about the trenches. It's about all the sacrifices that people make back home. So I think this is a very good movie that everybody should go out of their way to watch if they can. I don't even think it's that long. Well, I think it's about 2 hours, and then there's an extended version that's a little bit longer. And if you buy the Blu-ray, I think it comes with a manga too. Like, that's sort of a prequel at that. But yep. So I think the sorry. Yeah, that's I'm done. So
okay, I think the extended version is like half an hour longer. I think it's like the longest animated film of all time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Really? I did not know that.
No, there's gotta be other.
I think it's like maybe second to Final Yamato, but yeah, it's right up there.
That gives me a little pause just because I think the original theatrical version is just like a really tight-knit, good story that doesn't dwell too long in anything too tragic or the little bits of encouragement and the little like light spots that she finds, and then to tack another half hour onto that, I'd be a little concerned about what they could really expand upon that would be needed. But at the very least, watch the theatrical. So yeah, it was made by Mappa, if that means anything to anybody. So it's not like it was made by some like ho-hum, small studio. Like, it was made by a lot of people who are passionate and professional about their jobs. So yeah, go out and watch it.
And overworked.
Yeah.
So
were you at Anime Expo? I think when the director talked about that film.
I did hear the director talk about it at Otakon.
Oh, okay. I know he did it at Otakon too, and oh my god, listening to him talk about reconstructing certain buildings from different images, from different pictures he got, from interviewing people who basically wanted to bring their children to watch this film and say, hey, this is what I went through, and my sister was there. It hit me really bad. Like, when I saw it, I was like, wow. I echo what you said. I forgot to put that on my top 10 list. I've seen too many, but like it's a hell of a film. I completely agree. Yeah, please, anybody. I need to find this extended version that you guys talked about. I want to go check that out.
Yeah, by the way, the extended cut of Final Yamato was the longest animated film of all time for 36 years until it was surpassed by In This Corner and Other Corners of the World. Yep.
Really?
By 5 minutes.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Almost 3 hours long.
Go find that.
Okay. Are we ready to move on?
Go ahead, DJ.
Okay. So my number 4, and this is probably going to be strange for some people after I spent the last episode of the podcast complaining a lot about a successor to the series. My number 4 of all time is Higurashi no Nakokoro ni Kai. It's the second season of Higurashi. And they really can't function without each other, especially more so in this case. Like, there are some season 2s where it's like, yeah, you can watch it, I guess, but why would you? This, it wouldn't work on its own, because how Higurashi works, and this is a show that's kind of hard to describe. The entire first season sets up the series so that you don't really understand what's going on until the very last moments of it. They're both 2-core series, so it's like 23 episodes into the 24 of the first one. You notice that it's not all just short skits of girls getting killed and horror porn, as a lot of people like to call it. There are flashes of, and we're going to be getting into spoiler territory because talking about Kai is not possible. So you kind of describe the fundamentals of Higurashi. You start to see flashes of alternate worlds converging. Characters are getting flashbacks from things that have not happened in their timelines, but things that have happened in other timelines. And all of Kai is about unfolding the mystery set up by the first season of Higurashi. It is so dramatic and a vast departure from the first part of Higurashi, and it just really starts getting into the details of what is going on in Hinamizawa, where the story's all taking place, and how the characters are going to approach solving that mystery. But solving a mystery where people are constantly dying and being killed and conspiracies and stuff is easily more said than done. And it's just that really hyper dramatic, super dark journey into what these kids have to go through in order to get that done that makes Kai what it is. To this day, it's the only 2-core series that I have watched in one sitting, and it will probably stay that way forever because it is so suspenseful throughout its entirety, and I cannot recommend people get into this series enough just for Kai. It's so masterfully put together. It's the best thing Dean will ever do, and it's everyone I know that has watched this part of the series adores it, and for good reason. It's just psychological horror and mystery pushed to the absolute limits, and it's not really like anything else out there. I don't want to say it hurts me because I'm a strong man, but it's a little upsetting hearing people talk down on this series as a whole without knowing what's happening. But I get it. It's hard to sit through pain and pain and pain and pain for 24 episodes when you don't know that there's more to that pain or when there's light at the end of the tunnel. And this is that light. It's not all good light, but there is a purpose for everything, and there is a reason that it's all happening. And Kai is just the culmination of all of that wrapped into one beautiful package. And I can't recommend it enough. It's a good time.
All right, and that was Higurashi Sotsu. All right, Darius, what is your number?
No, it was not.
Darius, what's your number 4?
Okay, I have to hear about that sometime. My number 4 is there is a specific reason it is my number 4. It is the professional Go-Go 13.
Hell fucking yeah.
It is basically, and people seem to say that the reason I like it so much is because of sex and violence. And I'm like, no, there's more to it than that, really. This was my first introduction to the work of Osamu Dezaki, and I actually, more appropriately, the first time I realized I'd gotten addicted to this man's work. Go-Go 13 is something that I come back to. It's another comfort anime I come back to because every so often I kind of get tired of isekai, fantasy, robots, and all this stuff. I just want regular, down-to-earth, real-life locales and situations. Excuse me, and yes, it does get a little goofy with a couple of fights that it gets into, but it's very much it's very grounded and realistic depiction of everything. You can see these wonderful depictions of San Francisco, Italy. At one point, Go-Go 13 is driving a damn Ford Escort and outrunning Mercedes, things like that. And but it's beautifully rendered, detailed versions of what cities and people are like. He often when he worked with Akio Sugino, his primary animator and character designer, go-to character designer, and pretty much his best friend for his filmmaking process. And basically, Tezaki wound up becoming my favorite director ever. And it's like I would go and watch stuff like Space Adventure Cobra or Rose of Versailles or Tomorrow's Joe or Blackjack, and I would always see this particular visual style that I just couldn't stop getting into. And then between that and the postcard method, where he has all this action, stop, pause on this one little painted piece for dramatic effect. This was my introduction to his style, and I can never say enough about how much I really liked his work. And then, like I said, it was the first time I realized his work was on. I had watched his work before. He used to do works on different 80s cartoons. He directed Mighty Orbots and contributed to Bionic 6. And one other one that just came and went to my head. Oh, Visionaries. I think he did Visionaries. But Go-Go 13. This was my fourth favorite work, and we lost the original creator, Takase Aito, very recently. So condolences on respect on him creating the longest single-running manga that's ever been done, and all the crazy video games, and got a few cool translations done over here. So yeah, that's my number 4.
Indeed. All right, Kate, what is your number 4?
My number 4 is one of the more violent things on my list. Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon is the bombastic Michael Bay action movie of anime series, where your everyday Japanese salaryman is kidnapped by pirates and thus whisked off to a life of crime in a fictionalized island of skullduggery set in the late 1990s. And it is fantastic. It has one of the best English dubs of any anime. It's right up there with Cowboy Bebop. The manga has kind of gone on hiatus for a lengthy amount of time. I don't think the creator knows quite what to do with it, or his publisher doesn't quite know what to do with it. But it's mostly episodic. There's no real ongoing narrative other than these specific contained story arcs of horrific violence and explosions, and the dub has more instances of the word fuck than you can shake a stick at. And it's just pure crazy ass action series from beginning to end. And I love it dearly. Because it's a lot of fun. In a visceral, like, I just want to go fuck some shit up way.
Yeah.
So Black Lagoon is my number 4.
Surprisingly enough, given the discrepancies in the descriptions that you and Kane just gave, your number 4s are by the same director.
There you go.
Yeah, Black Lagoon almost made my list as well. For a lot of the same reasons, like just the pure action movie feel of it and how much fun it is to watch. And the fact that I knew I was in for a treat the second I heard Amuro Ray scream, "Get fucked," as they launch a submarine into a helicopter. Yeah, I was like,
that does
like,
absolutely
oh, hell
happen.
yeah. Okay, I know that I'm gonna love this. This is gonna be the best thing ever. But yeah, I agree with you on all counts in terms of it. It's an action movie just over and over and over again.
It hits all those action movie tropes. It's like you have the low key like gangster one, and then the crazy bombastic one, the jungle one, and then and basically dragging every kind of conflict known to mankind.
Yeah, you get like the Russian mafia, the triads.
The triads there. Everybody's there. The FBI, the CIA are involved somehow for no particular reason other than that they're always fucking involved in shit they shouldn't be.
You got nuns with guns.
Nuns with guns.
Yeah, that's another big
guns. One. It just checks all
Incestuous
the boxes.
twins.
Incestuous twins.
Speaking of incest,
it's all there.
Speaking of incest, let's hear what fans of DJ's game like in anime.
Hey,
Oh,
there
no.
is only one incestual relationship at the point of my writing this in the game. But okay, so we're gonna kick things off with Bandito Badger's top 10. Number 10, we have Hellsing Ultimate. 9, Akame ga Kill. 8, Elfen Lied. 7, Shimonetta. 6, Neon Genesis Evangelion. 5 is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. 4, Another. 3, Blue Submarine number 6. 2, Kakegurui. And 1, Higurashi no Nakukoro ni Kai. I like the number 1 pick, as you can tell by my number 4. Next, we have Owen's. 10 is Nodame Cantabile. Am I pronouncing that correctly? It looks Italian. Okay.
Yeah, it's Nodame Cantabile. Cantabile.
Okay.
Yep.
The piano show.
Yep.
9, we have Paradise Kiss. 8, Jormungand. another word I can't say.
It's Jormungand.
Jormungand.
Gond? Okay.
Yeah, it's something like that.
it's
I'm
a-
fine with the Japanese stuff.
Right.
It's like when you start getting into weird words.
It's a
7, Violet Evergarden. 6, Vivi, Fluorite Eyes Song. 5, Your Lie in April. 4, Clonad After Story. 3, Paranoia Agent. 2, Sakura-so no Pet Nakanajo. And 1, Gintama.
yeah.
Fun fact, Jormungandr takes place in the same universe as Black Lagoon.
Wait,
Does
really? I mean, it's very similar, but does it
Yeah.
actually take place in the same universe?
I think they did. I think they did a crossover at
Well,
some point.
that doesn't
so-
mean it's canon.
Well, the crossover had the years lined up, so it was like little like the girl in, because Jormungandr took place at contemporary moment. And Black Lagoon's always been late 90s, and the crossover had them at the appropriately matched up ages for the setting.
I still feel like the existence of a one-off crossover does not mean that Jormungand takes place in Black Lagoon's universe.
No, I operate by WS Fall Universe rules.
Okay, moving on. We have Victor Equilibrium. At number 10, there is Toradora. 9 is Shuffle. I appreciate that pick. It's one of my favorite visual novels. 8, we have Elfen Lied. 7, Kanon. 6, Death Note. 5, Sword Art Online. 4, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. 3, Angel Beats. 2, Code Geass. And 1, Clonad After Story. After that, we have Love Titties.
That's not what that
name wrong on
said.
the aggregate list. It's Love Titties.
Oh.
I double checked.
What?
Yeah,
Excellent.
they're playing the wrong game. If they're playing my game,
Darius has re-entered the chat.
yeah, they're cool, I guess. In regard to anyway, number 10, we have Kobayashi Dragon Maid. 9, Steins Gate. 8, Berserk. 7, One Piece. 6, High School D8 or DxD. Sorry. 5, Bleach. 4, Classroom of the Elite. I believe that is.
Yep.
I'll say the Japanese one anyway because I'm a big boy. Yokuso Jitsuryuko Shijo Shugi no Kyoshitsue. Kyoshitsue. Sorry, my bad. I butchered it.
You didn't butcher it. You gave it a slight paper cut.
A slight paper cut. Shigatsu Akimi no Uso. That one I can do. Your Lie in April is number 3. Number 2, Horimiya. Number 1, Toradora. Up next, we have Banana Pudding. And at 10, Toradora. That is a recurring show on my fans list. 9, Bartender. 8, Hyoka. 7, Yuru Yuri. 6, Maho Shoujo Madoka Magica. 5, Steins Gate. 4, Yuru Camp. 3, K-On! 2, Cowboy Bebop. And 1, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Next, there is X-Tribe. At 10, we have No Game, No Life. 9, Psychopaths. 8, Baldur Force X Resolution. 7, Kara no Kyokai 1, the first Kara no Kyokai movie. Interesting choice.
I don't know that they necessarily put that. That was just for my getting my anime list IDs for everything. So
Did they just put Kara no Kyokai?
yeah.
Okay. I'm going to assume it's 5 then.
Probably 5, yeah.
Probably 5. I like number 1 a lot, though. So I'm going to pretend it's number 1. 6, Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. I'm pretty sure they mean the UFO Table series and not the D movie.
Yes.
5, Mirai Nikki. Bad pick. 4, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. 3, Marduk Scramble, the first compression. 2, Steins Gate. And 1, Code Geass.
And I will note that they said the full Fate Stay Night series. They listed Fate Zero, Unlimited Blade Works, and Heaven's Feel. I just included this for the sake of aggregation.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just copy-pasted stuff.
Yeah.
Who was next? Oh, DJ was next. Not me, but a different DJ. So 10, we have Code Geass. 9, Steins Gate. 8, Mob Psycho 100, probably the first season.
What?
Are we,
No.
Well, you
the second
started all of
season's
Attack
better.
on Titan, didn't you? Okay.
The second season Mob Psycho's better anyway. They're both great.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Mob Psycho. I
You're
just
thinking
know
about One
they're
Punch Man,
animated and
maybe.
They all look funny.
Yeah.
7, Dragon Ball Indeterminate season. 6, Death Note. 5, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. 4, Saiki Kuso no, I don't know what that symbol is, non?
Sai.
Is it Sai? Okay.
Yep.
3, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. 2, ReZero, Starting Life in Another World. And 1, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Then we have Aiden at number 10, K-On! 9, I guess it's my turn to say it. Ano himiti hana no namae wa boku tachi wa mada shiranai. 8, White Album 2. 7, Okami to Koshinryo. 6, Your Name. 5, F A Tale of Memories, good pick. 4, Clonad After Story, another good pick. 3, Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. 2, Violet Evergarden. 1, Toradora. And then the final top 10 from my fans is Supreme Utilitarian. At 10, there is Toradora. 9, Itai no wa ya nano de bogyoku no kyoku furishitai no omoimasu. I tried.
Wow.
You tried, yeah.
I tried.
I mean, I think you got it all except you said no instead of ni, but very good.
Where was that?
After the...
yeah. Bogyoku ni.
Yep.
Sorry. It's just a different word. Anyway, 8, Attack on Titan. 7, Demi-chan wa Kataritai. 6, Hunter x Hunter, or Hunter Cross Hunter. I don't know how you guys
I think it's just
pronounce
Hunter
it.
Hunter.
Hunter. Okay, that show. Another thing I haven't watched. 5, Hellsing Ultimate. 4, Overlord. 3, ReZero, Starting Life in Another World. 2, Kobayashi Dragon Maid. And 1, Gintama.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
On to our number 3s. Darius, what is your number 3?
Mine would be the greatest OAV series I have ever seen in my life. Excuse me. Namely, Giant Robo, the animation. It starts in the middle of something, it ends in the middle of something, but within the context, you get a hell of a series. Yasuhiro Magawa, he's this crazy director, the creator of the most notably you'll know him as the director of Mobile Fighter G Gundam. But he assembled all these different characters and created this one interesting version of what Americans would know from the 60s as Johnny Sacco and his giant robot. And he tells the story of this little boy. He's like, he commands Giant Robo because his father asked him to as his dying wish while they were fighting this group called Magnificent 10 and the Will of Big Fire, who apparently is based directly on a character called Babel 2, where he's actually a good guy, except here he's a bad guy. And there are so many different there's so many different iterations in this one series. It goes 7 episodes, and for a long time I collected this back in the days of Laserdiscs and tape trading, things like that. And we were all going nuts waiting for each next episode to come in, and it's like, and mysteriously somehow somebody would send a subtitled tape to us saying, "Hey, thank you to whoever may have subtitled this tape. Let's finally watch it." And the story would end at a cliffhanger that would drive us all nuts. And so I will honestly say the pacing is perfect. It's 7 episodes, but it kind of divides into a 3-part play, I guess you could say. And the ending was one that nobody saw coming, knocked us on our ass, and we were like, "Oh my god, okay, that makes sense," but I didn't see that shit coming. And it has stayed with me for a very long time. But yeah, the 90s were dominated by this one OAV series for me. All respect to people who say Macross Plus is the best OAV or Gunbuster is the best OAV. I'll listen to arguments for that, but for my money, it's Giant Robo, and it's my number 3.
I mean, I did just describe an OVA in my top 5, but I guess since it's 110 episodes, it's kind of a different breed.
Yeah. That's true. That's a whole franchise right there.
Yeah. All right, DJ, what is your number 3?
My number 3 is a show that I talk about any opportunity I can do so, which is many times throughout our podcast history, and that is F, A Tale of Memories. No one ever talks about this, and more people should talk about it because it is so artistic and so beautiful and so underrated, and I absolutely adore it. It is the story of several different couples living in one location, but it's sort of set up as like a Tale of Two Cities things where there are like two sides of the same town. And it's just got this really mystical but not paranormal feel to it. It's a very poetic series, and it is a lot of Shaft just being Shaft and doing weird shit with the camera. And it's wonderful the whole way through. The visual novel is fantastic as well, but I think that the anime kind of elevates it in a sense. Just Shaft putting their touch on things made this show, which already had a super artistic premise, into something that is an absolute masterpiece. It's strange for me to choose A Tale of Memories over A Tale of Melodies. It is set up into 2 parts because Melodies is normally the one that people are like, oh, this is the good one. It's the second part of the series, and that's the one that has the meat of the main story in it. But Memories, I think, for me, has more nostalgic value. It was my first journey into the series, and it features my favorite couple of the 5, I believe it is. It's either 5 or 6, but it has my favorite of them. And being able to watch them before they sort of take a back seat to the main couple in the show it's fantastic. There are a lot of wonderful lines in this series that you can just sort of clip out and post on a Tumblr page next to like a picture of the sunset or something, and it will work. That's not a thing I would ever do, but it's a thing a lot of people have done. So it could resonate with you if you give it a shot, which you should, because it is so fucking good. It's depressing knowing that there are a lot of people overlooking it because it is older at this point. It's back from 2007 or back in 2007, and not a lot of people venture back there anymore, myself included. This show, if I had watched it when it came out, it probably would have sent me spiraling into sadness, which a lot of things have managed to do, but this is not a happy show by any means. It has happy notes, but it is overwhelmingly tragic and very raw and realistic in terms of depictions of traumatic events that happen to certain people without spoiling too much. But it's just got a lot of heart, and all of the characters are super realistic, and just really a great example of taking a visual novel premise and turning it into something that isn't absolutely horrible. It was extremely well adapted for a rather long game, and I cannot say enough good things about it. It's just so pretty, and I think that you should all give it a shot. And I think Kestrel has something to say.
I was just going to comment, since you did read off F from one of your lists, from my normalization of your lists, that guy did single out Melodies. I just put in Memories for, aggregation. So yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I remember him questioning why I chose Memories over Melodies. As I said, Melodies is objectively better, but it just doesn't have the same sentimental value that Memories does for me.
All right. Kate, what is your number 3?
My number 3 has been on a bunch of people's submitted lists. It is Mushishi.
Yeah.
Both one of the few series I could say both the first and second season were stellar, and I have no problem with it. In its entirety, in its whole. Mushishi, if you've never seen it, is a story about a man who travels a kind of pre-industrial Japan, helping people with their mushi problems. Mushis being this supernatural, spiritual kind of entity which can take many shapes and many forms, and usually is responsible for some kind of supernatural phenomenon disguised as nature. So, for example, there's an episode where people are out in the snow and they're losing their hearing and going deaf in the middle of winter, and it's because there are these mushi that look like snails that are clustering around and sucking up all of the sound in the vicinity. but it's like a metaphor for how everything's very quiet in the snow and how the snow muffles everything and stuff like that. But that's how most of the episodes go. There's very little throughput between episode to episode. There are a couple of reoccurring characters, but they show up maybe like 3 times each. Aside from Gingo is the lead. He has got a couple of friends in certain locations that appear occasionally. But other than that, it is the classic, this guy wanders from place to place, helps people, and moves on. And sometimes that help is sad, and sometimes that help is happy. But it is very much that kind of like, some of these people deserved it. Some of these people very much did not deserve it. Mushi don't care. The Mushi have no motive. They simply exist and are. And his goal is basically to make sure that humans and Mushi can coexist with each other without completely fucking up each other's lives. It is a very quiet, very moody show. It's like a very low-key X-Files. There's not a lot of horror. It's more of just... when there is horror, it's usually of a supernatural sense, like, oh, I don't like the idea of this at all. But, it's a beautiful show, and it had a very nice soundtrack. And it's great, and it didn't do well over here. We never got a dub of the second season.
We never even got a physical release of the second season, or any official release of the movie.
Yeah, which is all bullshit. There's a live-action movie, don't watch it, it's not great. And the manga went out of print very quickly, many, many moons ago. I think I'm one of the few people that managed to grab a copy of the last book, which was an omnibus release of the last 3 volumes, which they did not make a lot of, and it probably goes for some astronomical price on Amazon. So Mushishi, criminally underrated by the majority of people, but everybody who has watched it loves it. So more people should go watch it.
Unfairly relegated to the save release.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. It would have been my number 11. All right. My number 3 anime of all time is the only one in my top 5 that Kane did not guess was anywhere on my top 10, and that is Hunter x Hunter. This is the 2011 adaptation by Madhouse, just hit its 10-year anniversary. Although it's a 148 episode adaptation of a long-running manga, the fact that it had 13 years of material to adapt meant that not only does it have no filler, but it's paced exactly as it should be for the most effective storytelling all the way through. From the beginning of its run, it presents this wondrous sense of adventure that you wish that all shonen series would deliver, but so few really achieve it, especially this masterfully. Despite that innocent aesthetic that it opens with, it becomes unbelievably dark and brutal as it goes on, and the staff was so uncompromising in their vision that they accepted the loss of their primary sponsor and a move to a much less watched time slot for a full year of its run, rather than toning down or censoring any of the content. But it's got a lot more going for it than just violence. It sets itself apart by breaking countless rules of shonen anime. It innovates through subversions of many tropes, and equally innovates through shockingly compelling extreme examples of other tropes. Things that are very annoying in other shonen anime, this one dials it up to 100, and somehow it's fascinating and riveting. To give an example, without really spoiling anything, of how it can be so much more than violence, the masterpiece of a arc that the Chimera Ant arc is, that takes up half of the entire run, is full of the most brutal violence you can imagine, but it ends with just tender pathos, not action at all, which is very against the norm. To match this eclectic tone that it has an equally eclectic score that's by my favorite composer and past guest of this podcast, Yoshihisa Hirano. But the most striking thing about it is how beautifully produced it is, and how every aspect of it especially its production, gets exponentially better throughout the course of the series. It's amazing looking in every way. The animation is amazing the entire way through, and it just gets better and better. And this should literally be impossible for a TV series that ran weekly for 3 years without a single break. Its only recap episodes are in like the first and second core. Everything else, completely new material. And like I said, it had these what should have been budgetary setbacks 2/3 of the way through. But even after that point, it just kept improving, kept getting more incredible in its production values. Technically, it is an incomplete adaptation, but the finale has such incredible closure, and the manga may never get another chapter, much less an actual ending. So this is probably the best conclusion that any version of Hunter x Hunter will ever receive. So it kind of goes against all odds to become the perfect version of itself at every opportunity, and that's why it is my number 3 anime of all time. And Kane, you are next with your number 3.
Very cool. My number 3 is an OG, a genre pioneer, and the source of many memes, and that is Mobile Suit Gundam. I love Mobile Suit Gundam, the Universal Century in particular. Anything about it. This is another show that brought a lot of my friends together around a singular anime, or at least an anime property. We buy Gunpla and build them. We've played like the Dynasty Warriors games about Gundam, like all that good stuff, and it's all based off of this one, original failure of an anime. Much like how Star Trek, you could say, was a failure in the beginning as well, in that it got basically canceled, and then later generated a very loyal and now very enormous audience when speaking about both properties. But yeah, I mean, I just really, really love the original Mobile Suit Gundam. I know that the art and the animation is pretty bad, but I think that's part of what lures the show to me. Like, I'm lured to it because of that. Like, I appreciate and obviously very much love the new stuff, like the Origin OVAs and how incredible they look. But there's always something like a lot of fun and visually interesting about a Gundam that can't decide what scale it is in regards to everything else in the universe. And all like the fun other little like side machines, like the gun tank and the gun cannon, that are kind of the third wheel mobile suits. But I mean, Gundam is, you can't know anime without knowing Gundam. I mean, you can know Gundam without knowing anime at this point, because I believe it's referenced all the time, everywhere. That's how enormous of a cultural impact it's had, and it all started with this show. And I just really like Amuro as a character, though my favorite character is actually Kai Shiden, because I like how weaselly and assholey he is. So I like him. I think especially because I really like his dubbed voice, because that's how I first watched Gundam. I actually watched the English dub, the Ocean Group one. And Kai Shiden, whoever they picked for his voice, just had like the best, like, I just want to punch this dude in the face type of voice, even though he is supposed to be a hero. I even have the soundtrack on vinyl that I imported, because I just love the disco vibes that it gets. And of course, Gallant Char, his theme song, and it introduced Char, everyone's favorite pedophile. And it's true.
Wow.
But yeah, I own both the series and the movies. I do think watching the movies is the best way to do it now, as long as you don't need an English dub, since the movies don't have them. But I think the movies do a really good job of cutting out the fluff and distilling it down to all the stuff that you need, and providing the background and a lot of the fun characters, like, the zombies and Amuro, Fraubo. The Bright Noah slap is still in the movies, which is great, because that's a recurring theme and a recurring meme, is Bright Noah just slaps what he doesn't like. And yeah, it's hard to recommend this to people when you want to set, like they say, what should I watch for Gundam? It can be kind of hard to recommend Mobile Suit, if only because it is so old and a lot of people are put off by it. But I think it's one of the better shows in the UC, and just obviously it establishes everything. Like there would be no Unicorn, there'd be no Thunderbolt, no Origin, no nothing without this. So everyone go out, watch Gundam, buy Gunplas, put them together, get frustrated by the fact that the pieces don't fit together, break them, buy a second one, and just continue on from there. But yeah, Mobile Suit Gundam is my number 3. Oh, Kate, you have a comment.
I have a comment that the first time I went into a Barnes & Noble and they were selling Gunpla, my head almost blew up. And I was like, what is this society now at this point?
There was a reference to Gundams in a recent episode of Marvel's What If. Yep.
I've told you guys about the Gundam store near me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just moved away from it, but it's still there. And they're going strong.
Yeah, there's a really good one that's in New Jersey. I believe they also just moved, but I think they're still in New Jersey. That's called Gundam Planet, and it's essentially just a warehouse space with this nothing but racks and shelves of Gunpla. They have like a 6-foot-tall Gundam that they have in the front, and they dress up for special occasions. So it's a really cool store as well. Like it's big. I mean, there's a museum for just Gunpla that you can go and see all the Gunpla that have ever been created and put together and all that stuff. I mean, for better or for worse, Gunpla is really cool because there have been shows that have distinctly been made to sell Gunpla. And we've talked about those on several occasions. But yeah, so watch the original movies, at least just to kind of get a historical perspective and an appreciation for how far Gundam has come. And in some ways has gotten better, in some ways it's kind of gotten worse or stagnant, since not every UC show is good, just like how not every Gundam show is good. Like some of them have been pretty shit. Some are pretty good, sometimes are pretty shit. But yeah, so this is my number 3.
All right, and so for people who don't know, we recorded the 2 halves of this episode a week apart from each other. So I got some extra lists in that I didn't get to read off for the first half of it. So I will read those off now. So from my friend Ray Burke, we have number 10, Code Geass, number 9, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, number 8, Trigun, number 7, One Punch Man, number 6, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, number 5, Cowboy Bebop, number 4, Neon Genesis Evangelion, number 3, Ima Sokuni Iru Boku, which is Now and Then, Here and There, number 2, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, and number 1, Akira. And from my mother, Fran Forum, number 10, Natsume Eugene Cho, Natsume's Book of Friends. Number 9, My Neighbor Totoro. Number 8, Clonad After Story. Number 7, Death Note. Number 6, Your Name. Number 5, Sakamichi no Apollon, which is Kids on the Slope. Number 4, Steins Gate. Number 3, Monster. Number 2, Cowboy Bebop. And number 1, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Kids on the Slope was one I almost put on.
I want a cool mom.
What?
Your mom's cool.
My mom is cool.
How old is your mom? Mind me asking?
Yeah, what are you doing, Kate?
I just wanted to know what because like I know I'm like, oh, Crystal's parents are hippies, so I was like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, my mom is 67. She watched Astro Boy as it became the first anime to ever air on American television in 1963 when she was 9 years old. So she's the OG otaku. And then once I got into anime, she started just watching stuff with me, and she had watched almost everything I owned on physical media before I moved out.
That's awesome.
Did she ever call your taste into question?
I mean, we disagree on some favorites and stuff, but I think we generally respect each other's choices.
He hit all the dark stuff.
I just want.
No, I watched some things with her that you might not think to watch with your mom. Anyway.
Oh wow. I'll leave that there.
Yeah. Didn't really filter anything out, and she was cool with it, so whatever. On to our number 2s. DJ, what is your number 2?
My number
Yeah, I
two
laughed too.
is
Yeah.
a show.
I laughed too. It's okay.
Children.
My number two is a show that changed my life, and that's going to be the theme for the next two shows that I talk about. But this one is great because it is an anime about anime, and that is Shirobako. It is my favorite studio, PA Works, at their absolute best, just having a grand old time and writing an educational, but also super fun and super heartfelt anime about anime. It details a whole bunch of different industries inside of the industry itself, and focuses on the journey of 5 girls who were in the anime club when they were in high school, and we're all like, oh, we're gonna work on anime together one day. And then they did, but it wasn't that easy. And that's kind of how the industry works. The main character, Aoi Miyamori, has a very hard time breaking into the industry because she didn't ever specialize in anything. She had an artist friend and a friend who was good at like 3D graphics, and a voice actor friend who also has struggles of her own because fuck that industry. Aoi has a hard time because she doesn't do anything like that. And so she was just kind of like, I want to work in anime, but I don't know what I want to do, which is who I was many years ago. And it's a show about not only teaching us how the industry works, but of her finding her place in it and sort of just figuring out what she wants to do with her life. And you can take that and you can detach it from anime itself, and it really works as just like a standalone finding what you want to do in the world type show. It's just got so much heart, and it's so adorable, and it's so colorful, and it's just PA Works being PA Works and not caring what anybody thinks. It has probably the largest cast of any show I've ever watched. There are like a good 60, 70, 100 characters in it, and there are a lot of actual real people that show up in the show, or people that are heavily based on real people. It's just, if you care about anime, if you're interested in anime, watch this, because it tells you more about how it works, and it does so in a way that is not only educational, but extremely entertaining, and I absolutely adore it. And like I said, it changed my life. I would not have pushed harder to get into the position that I'm in now if it were not for this show, and for sort of learning from it that it's okay to not know what you want to do, because there are so many different ways to experiment. It's just the act of being there that you need to sort of throw yourself into that'll really start snowballing into what winds up for Aoi becoming her new career.
I see 72 named characters listed with voice actor credits.
Oh my god.
Not bad for a 2-core show.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess for like long running, like My Hero Academia probably has a lot more than that.
Yeah, like I said, my Legend of Galactic Heroes has over 300, but it's 110 episodes. So I think in terms of character quantity density, Shirobako is probably number 1.
They all like play their own part too. Like they really make every character seem important, and everyone in any workplace is important. Everyone has a job to fulfill, and this is just one show that helps illustrate that. Illustrate anime. I'm done.
All right. Kane, what's your number 2?
Yeah, all right. That's the last time I'm going to laugh at number 2. That's the last time I'm going to laugh at number 2. Okay. So picking my top 2 shows was the most difficult part of this list. Like getting that top 7 in some type of order was easy, but these top 2 were quite difficult because they both have one consistent theme, sort of like how DJ's is about shows that changed his life. These are both shows at the top that were my life. Like these 2 shows combined probably encapsulate my entire childhood and what I experienced. And number 2 is Silver Spoon, the farming anime. It's hard to find stuff to really say about this that really kind of dictates how much I relate to the show, and how every episode just was filled with, I know that character, I know that guy, I know that girl, I know that thing, growing up in a small farm town that had a very active 4-H club and farmers markets, and my father was a firefighter, and most of the other firefighters were Amish dudes that when they weren't fighting fires, they were tending chicken farms. Like, there is a lot in that show that's just like, this is what I am / what I was. So to see that treated so lovingly in animated form, especially with, a lot of the characters like Hachiken that ended up there because he didn't know what he wanted to do, and then realizes just how important kind of farming and agriculture is in general, and how it can be very difficult. And some people are very, very dedicated and passionate to something as simple as cows and milk. It's just like a perfect show for me to watch. Like, I cosplayed as Hachiken because I kind of look like Hachiken in real life. At least I used to. I don't know now that I've gotten older if I could pull that off anymore. But yeah, it's just seeing all the kids at school and coming from their different farms and just really caring about the agricultural process, and knowing that there is a difference between being like emotionally connected to an animal while also realizing that it is a livestock, a product at the end of the day, and trying to live with that, as well as just seeing all of them kind of come together as friends. And the show is filled with food porn too, just so much food porn. Everything looks delicious. They make pizza one time out of an oven they find in the back, and then they gather all the ingredients from all the clubs. Like, they get cheese from they get cheese from a teacher's hidden cheese closet. But they get like the tomatoes and the wheat and all these things from the other different departments, because the school that everybody goes to is just like an enormous agricultural college. And the opening and ending themes are great too. It is the master at the slow ending bleed into the episodes. The ending of the episode's coming because you hear the music coming. But yeah, Silver Spoon is something that's near and dear to my heart, just because it does more than just do small town. There's a lot of small town anime, but there are not many anime that are a mix of small town and also like farms and farming as a career, not just you happen to be a farmer or whatever. It's people trying to become better farmers, trying to get a career in their passion, whether it's growing wheat or running a dairy farm, or trying to become like mechanics for the giant tractors and stuff that have to be used, and all the technology and things like that. It's also by, and her name escapes me, but she did Fullmetal Alchemist too. So there's
Hiromu Arakawa.
There we go. So there's a pedigree in the storytelling there as well, and an art style that's very, very similar. Like, it does kind of look like it takes place in the Fullmetal Alchemist universe, just like in some far off land where everybody only cares about farming. So yeah, this one in my number one show were very hard to figure out, but I just, like a lot of other shows on my list, and I'm big into physical media collecting. I wish Silver Spoon got the respect it deserves, because all it has is one DVD set of the first season, and it's bare bones as shit and always incredibly expensive.
You can get the second season too, but it's just as bare bones.
Okay, to get the second season now. The last time I gave two shits about it, you couldn't. Because I gave up on a Blu-ray, let alone a DVD that had more than just clean openings and endings.
Yup.
Yeah, fuckers.
All right. How about you, Kate? What is your number 2?
My number 2, and I'm gonna pronounce this funny, but on purpose, Baccano, because that's how you'd actually say that word in Italian.
You're correct.
Yep, and most people in English
Did you do the hand
pronounce it Baccano,
gesture?
which is wrong.
That's how I've always heard it pronounced.
Yeah. This is an almost perfect anime in my perspective and point of view. It is an adaptation of 4 volumes of a light novel series from the same creator as Durarara. And it is about immortal gangsters who cannot die, trapped in a never-ending ruckus So it is part heist movie, part just absolute chaos. It has the most lovable cast of murderers that you've perhaps ever met in any medium. And some of the best couples in any show that I've ever seen. Like, even the incredibly dysfunctional, fucked up people are perfect for each other. And no matter what, at least one of these characters you will fall in love with. They are just perfect. The English dub is very good. One of those other very, very, very high up there English dubs that was just fantastic. And which fits because the whole show takes place in America, mostly in New York. Although some of it is on a train, where kind of a murder mystery situation happens. And it is just a chaotic ride from beginning to end with a sprawling cast. And sadly, it was never very popular in Japan. Durarara was always way more popular. So we never got any more of the story animated, which is a shame because I love it dearly. But at least we have the light novels in English, even though I don't like the translation that much. My stylish gangster action, ultra-violent love story. 19 bootleg 19 whatever decade that is. Whatever Prohibition was. Just like all the gangster tropes. They're all there.
The Roaring 20s.
The Roaring 20s, all the gangster tropes are there. So it's great. I love it. I love it so much. I'm not saying that just because I'm Italian. Or part Italian anyway.
O'Neill, very Italian.
Hey, the other side of my family is Leonardi, which is
significantly more Italian.
Yeah.
Yo, who's your favorite gangster, real quick? No, in the show. My favorite was
in the
Misa.
Show?
Misa's dope.
Pretty awesome.
I mean, Lad is cool too, but Lad's just a little too psychotic for me.
Lad is very psychotic. Oh god, I don't know, because it kept changing, and now I have different opinions of some of the English voice actors, which kind of colors who I like and who I don't like. I don't get back to me in a minute. I have to think about that.
I cosplayed as the Rail Tracer one year.
Nice.
Oh, he's real good too. Yeah. Oh, it might be.
It took me fucking weeks to get the corn syrup out of my skin from all the fake blood I coated myself with.
Yeah, that's a lot. There's a lot of fake blood if you go for the full handprint on face.
Yeah, I had a white suit with the hat and everything, and then just completely trashed it with fake blood.
Fantastic. Isaac and Miri is so good, though. Oh, they're all so good. All the characters in that show are so good.
Indeed.
Ugh.
All right. My number 2 anime of all time is Steins Gate. DJ mentioned some of my points, but we did just finish our rewatch celebrating the 10th anniversary of its original airing, and it really does drive home how there's probably no anime that I get more out of every rewatch than Steins Gate. Mm-hmm. So, it's got a very humble presentation, especially in the beginning, but its whole structure is so expertly constructed, and it becomes an entirely different, much more meaningful experience on subsequent viewings because of that. So the early parts are relatively uneventful, but, you're basically just hanging out with the most fun, most distinctive character ensemble in anything ever. They're all voiced by my favorite overall Japanese voice cast, maybe my favorite voice cast of any language. And it builds on the unique traits of the different characters and the growing mystery of the plot until the halfway point changes everything, and then it seamlessly transforms into a harrowing suspense thriller. And even though it is very harrowing for especially the first few episodes and various other bits throughout, its second half does always find appropriate times to blend that intensity with the levity that was established early on. And it culminates in a simultaneously uplifting and visceral final stretch, and ultimately ends in a clever little Mobius strip, and could not be a more satisfying ending. And then it all ties back to the beginning. So you watch the beginning that didn't make that much sense at first after you watch the ending, and it just means so much. So I love everything about the series, its characters, its construction. It's just so much fun and then so intense and so good at blending the two. So that is my number 2 anime of all time.
It's kind of absurd how well this show works on rewatches, because I feel like every time I've watched it, and I've watched it so many times now, like more than anything, there's always something new that you're like, oh shit, I didn't notice that last time. And it's got so much depth for how long it is that it's absurd.
Yeah, I've probably watched it like 7 or 8 times, and yeah, especially the first few rewatches, it's like, holy shit, they were foreshadowing all of this. Oh my god, oh, this is what that meant. And then, yeah, watching it week by week again after 10 years was very special, especially since I vividly remember the experience of watching it for the first time week by week.
See, I never got to experience that until this. So it was definitely different. Every time I've watched the show, it's been in just binge sessions. So it kind of hurt watching it from week to week. It's still great regardless, though. I can't imagine what the experience must have been like at the time.
Yeah.
Without exposure to the source material, at least, because it's just got so many cliffhangers, and it's such a deep and interesting story that I can't even fathom having to wait 7 days to figure out what happens next.
Well, if you look back on the very earliest days of the Fandom Post forums, you can find my week-by-week commentary.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, actually, everything in my top 5 except the 110 episode OVA from 1988, I watched every episode of the day it aired. So, it's pretty neat.
Ooh.
Darius, what's your number 2?
My number 2 is turns 20 this year, and I gotta finish writing an article about it. It's Millennium Actress. It is often when people ask me what is the best anime I've ever seen, I kind of go with what's my favorite or what's the best, and those are basically two. The difference between that makes the difference on my top 10 here between 1 and 2. And depending when you catch me, either one could switch. But Millennium Actress by the late Satoshi Kon. It was his second full-length feature film, and it just completely grabbed me. You would think a mundane subject as a couple of documentary people go to meet this retired actress and just talk to her about her life. You would think it would be a mundane subject, and yet it's brilliantly realized here. You basically go through this entire woman's life and her lost love, and how one of the documentary makers actually fits into it. It's fun seeing him interwoven, and both filmmakers woven into her past for a bit as she's telling the story, and gets to the ultimate conclusion. I don't know, maybe it was just an odd time in my life. I don't know, but like this particular film always stayed with me. I keep trying to make a music video to it, and I just never finish it. I don't know why. But it is just a truly beautiful tale about, and it has some nice lessons about, wanting to move forward and how you move on from a lost love. I can never get enough of it. I always go back and rewatch it and learn something from Khan's techniques just in looking at it. And so, Millennium Actress is my second favorite anime, period. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, that's one that I've always felt like you've had to watch it multiple times to really get it, but you're gonna want to watch it multiple times. Like that's how good it is. It isn't like, oh, I gotta watch this thing 3 times to actually understand it. It's like, no, you want to keep watching it to pick up all the little nuances and things you may have missed in the background over and over again. So
yeah, it's a hell of an experience. I can't say enough about it. I never can. So yeah, if I can actually, I grabbed. I will say, Shout Factory's release is decent, but I think what's the phrase? All That Anime, I believe is what they're called, in Britain, has released a 4K version. Yep. And 4Ks are region free, and I highly recommend grabbing it. I did buy that, and I will incorporate that in my article at some point. But yeah, it's a nice piece of work, I promise.
Right. Before we get to the number ones of the five of us on this episode, we have 5 top 10s from other members of the Fandom Post writing staff. So the first couple of those are people that have been on the podcast before. So Brandon Daniel, number 10, Space Dandy, number 9, Attack on Titan, number 8, Neon Genesis Evangelion, number 7, Gintama, number 6, Hunter x Hunter, number 5, Ping Pong the Animation, number 4, Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju, number 3, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, number 2, Fooly Cooly, number 1, Yojohan Shinwa Taikei, which is the Tatami Galaxy. Then we've got Skylar Allen, number 10, Hellsing Ultimate, number 9, Steins Gate 0, number 8, Fullmetal Alchemist, number 7, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, number 6, Cowboy Bebop, number 5, Kara no Kyokai, The Garden of Sinners, number 4, Black Lagoon, number 3, Steins Gate, number 2, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, and number 1, One Piece. And then we have a few other people from the Fandom Post. So we've got Daniel Feathers, number 10, Lupin III, The Castle of Cagliostro, number 9, Topwo Nerai 2, Die Buster, number 8, Princess Mononoke, number 7, Fooly Cooly, number 6, Gurren Lagann, number 5, Tekon Kincrete, number 4, Belladonna of Sadness, number 3, Millennium Actress, number 2, Ping Pong the Animation, and number 1, Neon Genesis Evangelion, The End of Evangelion.
Have any of you guys seen Belladonna of Sadness?
I
have. Yes, I have.
I hate it.
It is much. Do not try to think. Just take your medicines when you're watching it. If you need to smoke some herb, that's completely understandable. It just came at a time in the 70s or late 60s, early 70s. It's when they just wanted to freeform their way through things, and you just kind of go, okay.
You know, I was super excited to watch that. I saw it. Alamo Drafthouse had like a viewing of it a couple years ago before COVID hit, and I was so pumped like when I heard the premise and like heard what it was and stuff, because that it sounded like something I'd be fucking all about. And then I saw it, and I fucking hate it so much.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough watch in more ways than one. I saw it when it was on Amazon Prime, maybe like 2 years ago now, too, maybe 3, and I was like, oh man, this is a chore.
It's rough.
I saw it on Turner Classic Movies, man. Oh, I saw it on Turner Classic Movies, Turner Underground. It was great. I was like, oh, this is nuts.
That's definitely a word you could use to describe it. It felt like I was on LSD, but like in the worst way possible.
A bad trip.
It's meant for that.
Like actually dying from an LSD overdose is how I felt watching it.
Bad trip of sadness.
Oh my god, it was worse.
That Cleopatra and 1001 Nights. Just do those back to back. Like I said, maybe a little herb might help you through it.
Maybe a lot.
Some good ones. Get some good herb here. It's it's a period of anime. You just kind of go, okay. Yep.
All right.
Move right along.
Anyway.
Yeah. So then we have Kevin T. Rodriguez. Number 10, Detective Conan. Number 9, Sailor Moon. Number 8, The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. Number 7, Your Name. Number 6, Death Note. Number 5, Tenku no Escaflowne, The Vision of Escaflowne. Number 4, Princess Mononoke. Number 3, Cowboy Bebop. Number 2, Grave of the Fireflies. And number 1, Maison Ikoku. And finally, our fearless leader, Chris Beveridge.
Oh man.
Oh, he gave us a
I
list.
got him to give
if
me a
High
list.
School of the Dead isn't on here.
All right,
that'd be
so-
really sad.
He always flips back and forth between what he says his favorite anime of the 2010s was, and
man.
it's always between High School of the Dead, Steins Gate, and what he actually put at number 10, his only anime from the 2010s, which is Shiki. So, not quite,
What?
but I'm sure it was
That's
close.
the one he chose of those three?
Yep.
I mean, I've only seen the first few episodes of Shiki, so disregard my opinion. I hear it gets really
People who
good.
like Shiki really like
I
Shiki.
guess.
Yeah, I hear it gets like actually like scary later on, but the first 3 episodes are fucking rough.
I can't get over the hair.
Yeah.
Yo, there better be Saikon no Quasar on this list.
Number 9, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Number 8, the only hentai from any list we got, Urotsuki Doji, Legend of the
Oh
Overfiend.
man.
It wouldn't be Chris if there wasn't a hentai on there. And holy
Yeah,
crap, really.
that's a classic though.
Here's a fun little anecdote. There is a commentary on an episode of Batman the Animated Series, the Fox Kids show, where the director of that episode specifically points out that he took inspiration from Urotsuki Doji for the movement of the like robot characters or something. So,
I
yep.
can believe that.
Hentai mentioned by name on the commentary of a children's cartoon show.
Hell
Anyway,
yeah.
number 7, Kodomo no Kodocha. Number 6, Robotech, which, like, yeah, I guess I can leave it as Robotech. It's not really Macross, so I can't, yeah. Number 5, Urusei Yatsura. Number 6, Grave of the Fireflies. Number 3, Kimagure Orange Road. Number 2, Macross Do You Remember Love? And number 1, Wings of Oniames.
Never even
That
heard
list
of that
checks
last
out
one.
with everything I know about Chris's anime taste.
Yep. Definitely all makes
You
sense.
said you,
Like, yep, that's a Chris list right there.
you said you never heard of which one?
Wings of
Oh,
Oniames.
You may have heard of it as
Yeah.
Royal Space Force.
Oh, you
Is
never
it-
heard of that?
Nope, I haven't. I don't watch or know anything about older stuff.
Oh man, we must. Gainax's first film. It's a hell of a piece of work.
Oh, okay.
We'll have to get to
Except
watch
that
it
one
sometime.
scene in that one part.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. I agree. He'll discover
Yes,
for
it-
himself.
I like anything with that one scene in that one part because that means it's notable.
Just we'll let you watch it and experience for yourself. And
Okay.
Right. Time for our number ones. Kate, what is your number 1 anime of all time?
Oh, I get to go first.
Yay!
I wanted to re-preface my list with saying this was really fucking hard to do. I hate rating things. And even now, there's a million things that got left off my top 10 list that in any given day might be on the top 10 list. Regardless of that, this show would probably be pretty far up there, regardless. And that is Kyoso Giga. I fucking love Kyoso Giga. It's great. It is a near perfect, weird, I don't even know how to describe it. It's a mythological, religious allegory, but not really, because it's really just a show about family. Cribbed with a lot of, like, Buddhist, like, imagery and interesting, weird concepts, but it's also kind of cyberspace, but also alternate dimensions, but kind of not really any of that stuff. And ultimately, it is about a girl searching for her family. But she doesn't really know that. She's looking for her mom to start off with, and she ends up finding the story of her rather complicated family. And it's very quasi-religious, but like not in a bad, off-putting way, like just more in the framework of how it tells its story. And it's so good. It's so good. And it's bombastic in places and bright and colorful, and it will make you just like want to hug all these characters. And it's like, basically it's like, how far would you go to find your family? Would you break the world? Would you break the universe? It might just happen. And it's kind of like also like what would really happen if like gods were real and immortals were real, and like their weird family dynamics and what the end result of that would be. It's just it's so great. It's so good. It just makes me all warm and fuzzy. and it really kind of makes me upset that the director seems to have like ghosted off the face of the earth. Because I really wanted to see more from them, and they were kind of like, peace, and yeah. So, and it came out of Toei, like, out of the middle of nowhere. It started off as a web series, and then they developed it into a full like, short series. But it's just so good. It's so good. And I love all the characters in it. And I need to rewatch it again soonish, because I haven't watched it in a while.
All right. Kane, what is your number one anime of all time?
My number one, which should be of no surprise to anybody at all, is Prince of Tennis. Like I mentioned before, this is the second part of my childhood, which was just tennis and playing tennis in tournaments, being on a high school team. There were numerous team members that would watch this even though they didn't give a shit about anime otherwise, just because it's Dragon Ball Z but with pretty 30-year-olds playing tennis with each other. So I mean, it's a classic sports shonen. It's probably one of the only shows I've seen multiple times, and not only is that saying a lot because I don't do it very often, it's also 178 episodes, and that's not counting like the OVAs and stuff. That's just the TV series. When we began recording this episode, or maybe we were talking about it before, just I was sad that we weren't going to talk about any news, and that's because it's getting some new shit, baby. There is a brand new Prince of Tennis anime coming in 2022, and I couldn't be more excited about a single release in the past, 5 fucking years. It's great. It's a little confusing because nobody looks any older, but I've gotten significantly older, so it's a little weird that it seems that it's still happening in Ryoma Echisen's first year of middle school, as the 178 episode TV series did, and every movie and OVA for the most part was his first year in school or the summer after his first year in school. But
Kane, would you say that you keep getting older and they stay the same age?
Oh, yeah, I will.
All right.
It's the funny thing about Prince of Tennis is it doesn't really do anything particularly like Steins Gate, where it's or Hunter x Hunter, where you're it throws these tropes out of whack, but also takes these to the extreme. It's just got kind of all of them. You have Inui is the character who wears glasses and collects data on everybody, and somehow that allows him to play tennis, even though that's just impossible. You've got the lovable bad guy, the guy who swears he's done playing tennis to work in his dad's sushi shop for the rest of his life, even though he's 13. So why are you making those decisions at this age? The captain of the team is given more power in the school than the principal, apparently, but he's only 16, but looks like he's a 40-year-old investment banker. It's just so good and so fun, and the tennis quickly gets way out of hand in terms of its realism. It starts off in the first couple episodes in the tournaments with shots that are real. Now they're taken to their extreme for entertainment purposes, but they are real shots. And then it turns into eventually a kid that can hit a drop shot, which is a shot that goes a very low distance over the net and spins backwards, so that it doesn't carry forward after it gets to the other side of the net. But he hits a shot, a drop shot, that's so good that it causes his opponent to see the destruction of the dinosaurs. He sees a flashback of the Ice Age and the dinosaurs and everything, because this drop shot is just so perfect. And everybody's named their moves: the Zero Shiki drop shot, the Drive B, the Moon Volley, the Boomerang shot, the Dunk Smash. Everybody names their shit. It's so dumb to talk about in person, but I just love everything about it. It brings me nothing but joy like seeing them play tennis in this most ridiculous fashion. There's a training montage where a guy learns how to hit a really fast serve by hitting serves into a tennis ball sized hole in a wall in an abandoned parking garage. And he lives in the abandoned parking garage until he can hit a serve through the tennis ball sized hole. And I'm like, you guys are in middle school. Like, does nobody go to school? Like, does nobody actually do the school part of school? But it's just so much fun, and it's been popular, ever since it came out, like, because the boys are so pretty, and, they used to have in Japan, like, Valentine's Day contests where people would send, like, chocolate and flowers for their favorite character, and they had to stop because their office became flooded with chocolate and flowers for some of the characters, so they had to stop that. But I can only imagine, I really hope that like kicks back up again. Like, I hope that this new season comes out and everybody just gets like really hype and it's like it never ended. Because this is the first original Prince of Tennis property show, and I think it's at least been a decade, maybe 12 to 15 years. I can't remember because I'm not sure when the Prince of Tennis 2 OVAs ended. That was like a 26 episode OVA, and then they were recently releasing like classic matches from the shows and reanimated to look really nice because the animation quality of the original show is trash most of the time. But yeah, this show is just my childhood wrapped up in that it was about tennis, and it was like the first time I was like, oh, a cartoon, an animated show that's about something I'm interested in that's not just like superheroes or, your general Western animation stuff. I was like, oh, these kids play tennis. Oh, shit. And then I just got hooked onto it. So this, in a lot of ways, was my gateway to anime rather than like a Naruto or a Bleach or whatever. Like, those were too. But I think Prince of Tennis was what really got me into it because I also had to go out of my way to watch it. I think Prince of Tennis may have been on Toonami for like 10 episodes at one point. Mm-hmm. But that was about it, because obviously
random episodes too, not the first.
Oh 10. Yeah, I'm sure, because they wouldn't have given a shit about this.
They just randomly skipped around.
Just skipped around, probably didn't even show complete matches. You didn't see any of the drama or anything like that. And I don't want to talk too long about it, but I think one of the interesting parts of the main character Ryoma Echizen that you also don't see in sports anime, or really in anime in general when it comes to shonen that deal with something that isn't violence, is Ryoma doesn't necessarily really like tennis. He's just really good at it and wants to beat his dad. And that's something that you don't see a lot because people tend to get into the mindset that if you become really good at something, it must be your passion, when in reality, that's just not the case. There are a lot of players who play football professionally, basketball, that really don't like the sport. They just know they can make a shit ton of money doing it. So it was interesting seeing Ryoma's attitude placed beside the other members of the team like Eiji and Tezuka and Fuji that actually really enjoy playing tennis and find great pleasure in it and purpose. And Ryoma's like, I just want to beat my dad because I don't know if I hate him or I love him, but I need to beat him at tennis so I can move on from him being a dick to me all the time. So that was an interesting thing too. But yeah, that was my clear number one. Like, I even played the dumb little Game Boy Advance games for it on ROMs when I was watching it, because you just couldn't get any of it over here. And there's only like 2 Prince of Tennis games that are actually tennis. Most of the others are dating sims.
Wow.
Nice. All right, Darius, what is your number one anime of all time?
I'm crossing fingers that you can hear me.
We can.
Yep, we could hear you.
Thank you, God. Okay. Well, my number one is tied to my first anime that got me addicted. My actual number one is Macross Do You Remember Love. It stems from my loving Robotech, which got me to take animation seriously. The first component of Robotech is of course the Japanese series Macross Two-Dimensional Fortress Macross, and something about this film has always stayed with me. Between the visuals of mostly from them by Shoji Kawamori and his penchant for detail and the direction of Noboru Ishiguro. I just absolutely, completely have been hooked on this film. I always watch just for their techniques, either in animation or in drawing. I just can't stop looking at it. It's one of those long lamented. I wish they would release on DVD or Blu-ray here someday. And a very long time ago, it got a release as known as Clash of the Bionoids, and also actually intact fully as Space Fortress Macross with this very with this very interesting dub that sounds like it was done by the Australians, I think. I don't know. If you old heads will know the dub I'm talking about, but yeah, you used to be able to find it at Blockbuster sometimes, or maybe sitting at Kids or Us, or sorry, KB Toys, I think that's what it's called. That's where they stuff on the tape. But anyway, basically, I love the premise, and how it's fit. They've rewritten it so that it would fit into the continuity that the characters of the Macross TV series went and created their own version of events, and we have the film here. And basically, this race of giants come and looking for this battleship, and the battleship accidentally gets transported to Pluto, and so doesn't try to go looking for it. And they basically made these giant transforming fighter planes that were brought over as Transformers at one point during the 80s. And I love the story. I love the music. There's this awesome fight sequence between two pilots named Max and Miria. And I love Mari Jima's vocals. I still play it every so often. And so, Do You Remember Love is my favorite film. I do hope that this new deal with Funimation and Harmony Gold and Big West and whomever does allow for us to actually finally get a Blu-ray release here in the United States. It's one of those big holy grails we've been waiting for decades. And so I would definitely kill to be able to purchase that one day legally and say, hey, I actually did my bit. If I ever have kids, I'll force them on. I'll let them watch it one day. That's what I mean. I will not force anything on my kids, really. So that's my number one favorite film, anime. Period.
Nice. All right, DJ. What is your number one anime of all time?
My number one anime of all time is Clonad After Story.
Yeah.
Kestrel talked about this for a little while, but this is, like I said, for Shirobako, another show that changed my life. This in a lot of different ways than Shirobako did. Shirobako was like, it's gonna help me revitalize how I look at getting a job and like career stuff and blah blah blah. While Clonad After Story completely changed the way I look at interpersonal relationships, specifically with family. Family for me has never been like a big thing. I never felt attached to either of my parents. I didn't dislike them or anything, but there was never that connection. And I watched After Story when I had just moved away from New Jersey. I moved all the way to Florida, and was just sort of trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I got suckered into moving into an apartment because I just signed a lease without realizing that I had to get a loan for school, and it was a whole thing. But I was very alone. I spent every day just inside by myself. I knew absolutely no one for an entire year, and that's when I started like really getting into anime, because I had a friend who was like, yo, watch this, it will change you. And so I did. And Clonad, like Kestrel mentioned, it by itself, the first season is not really anything special. But once you get to After Story, the show sort of takes on a life of its own. I think it was my first experience in anime, seeing characters as more than just characters. It showed you very much what happened after they finished high school and started moving on to their lives. And it gets to a point where things just get so incredibly real, and they start resonating with you in ways that you didn't really think that fiction could. At least for me, that's how it was. And there were like 4 different episodes that just like crawled into my heart and exploded, and it was like landmines inside of my body, and it was just like I was breaking down in like real life from a TV show, and that had never happened to me before. And the lessons that you can gain from just watching the show and watching these fictional characters experiencing real life shit, it's like, oh my God, this isn't just a cartoon anymore. This is so much more than that, because all of the things that they're showing you are so real and so raw. And it really, when you see things from an outside perspective, it changes the way you look at things yourself. I particularly with my dad, I never really understood why our relationship wasn't what a lot of other sons had with fathers and stuff. But like when I saw that happening in Clonad, I was like, you know what? I kind of get it. And it makes you really, it makes you put on somebody else's shoes. And it's like, well, how did this seem to my dad? Like, why aren't we close from his point of view? And once you can start understanding that, it festers and it just becomes something so not tragic, because it's not something that's like not repairable. It's just, I don't know. It really made me change the way I look at everything. And I don't know what else to say other than that. It's just a super special show. And I'm happy that I watched it, because it definitely influenced who I am as a person a lot.
Me as well. All right. My number 1 anime of all time is Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. We've talked about... What? No way, yeah. I've
Weird.
probably mentioned that it's my favorite anime of all time 100 times. I will say, Kane, you didn't put it as number 1 on your guess of my list, so, you know. But anyway, we've talked about it for hours. We had an episode all about it. It was like 2.5 hours long, so you can listen to that for more of my thoughts. But the short version is, I love shonen action adventure series. There are several of them in my top 10. Brotherhood masters that formula as well as any other series, but what makes it stand above the rest is that it perfectly balances and blends that with equally flawless storytelling, character drama, and mature themes that would define the most prestigious and acclaimed masterpieces for older audiences and for non-anime fans. Like Hunter x Hunter, the adaptation was timed in a way that it has no filler, no compromised pacing that plagues most of those long-running shonen series. So it is able to remain in top form throughout and also tell its complete story in 64 episodes, which is just enough to generate lifelong investment in its meticulous plot and its massive but memorable cast, but it's also completely accessible to anyone willing to commit to an average drama series. You consider that they're 24-minute episodes, and most dramas are double that to an hour. It's really pretty short in relation to a lot of like live action dramas you'd watch. I've gotten more people into anime with it than any other anime. I've gotten more people to watch it than any other anime, and nobody that I've ever spoken to did not love it. I can't imagine any anime that's more perfect for every conceivable audience. So that is my number 1 anime of all time. And now we have some aggregations. So we have...
Oh, God.
What?
I said, oh, God, you did math?
Yeah, that's why I assigned IDs to all of these, so that I can aggregate them all together. So first we have the 10 of us from the Fandom Post who contributed top 10s. So the way this aggregation works is every number 1 gets 10 points, etc. So of these 10 lists, the overall top 10 is Number 10, Fully Cooley. Number 9, Black Lagoon. I guess I should say number of points. Number 1 with 10 points, Fully Cooley. Number 9 with 14 points, Black Lagoon. Number 8 with 14 points and 1 number 1, Clonad After Story. Number 7 with 15 points, Ping Pong the Animation. Number 6 with 16 points, Grave of the Fireflies. Number 5 with 17 points, Tengen Toppa Guren Lagann. Number 4 with 17 points, Millennium Actress. Number 3 with 19 points and 1 number 1, Macross Do You Remember Love. Number 2 with 21 points, Steins Gate. And number 1 with 21 points and 1 number 1, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood.
That's for 1.
I won. That's true. It's got my top 2 even. And then we have the top 10s from everyone that we read off, including all of ours, including everyone else from Fandom Post. So let me run this guy, and this is a total of, how many do we have here? 81 lists.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh god.
So
Yay!
Number 10 from all of that with 63 points and 2 number 1s is One Piece. Number 9 with 63 points and 3 number 1s, Clonad After Story. Number 8 with 64 points and 1 number 1, Steins Gate. Number 7 with 67 points and 2 number 1s, Sailor Moon. Number 6 with 78 points and 1 number 1, Death Note. Number 5 with 78 points and 2 number 1s, Gurren Lagann. Number 4 with 87 points and 3 number 1s, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Number 3 with 92 points and 1 number 1, Attack on Titan. Number 2 with 143 points and 6 number 1s, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. And number 1 with 154 points and 2 number 1s, Cowboy Bebop.
Wow.
That's a very generic list.
Yeah, I mean,
it makes sense.
When you add,
it turns out when you
aggregate,
it turns out very generic.
81 people, because if it was like, everyone rates every anime and that's averaged, you'd have a very different list. But when it's everyone's top 10s,
yeah,
the ones that appear most often are going to be the ones that most people have seen. So
I've
there you go.
7 of our top 10 to completion, so that's good enough for me.
Nice. Yeah, I have watched all of them except most of Sailor Moon.
I love Sailor Moon. Like when all the kids back in fucking school were like, "Oh, Dragon Ball Z," I was like sitting silently by myself, like I like Sailor Mars.
Yes. Sailor Moon was one of those weird things where I was like, I'm the only person in my school that gives a shit about this show.
Yeah, and I couldn't talk to anybody about it because kids would think I was a wimp.
That's for girls, DJ.
Yeah, it's like I wanted to be Tuxedo Mask so bad.
Yo, except the sailor, they burn people alive. I recall similar things happening. Sailor Moon's badass.
Yeah, they're fucking awesome.
That was on my list of runner-ups, I think.
Great
My
show.
long-ass list
Cristo,
of runner-ups.
right?
Yeah, right, Crystal.
No.
Doesn't Crystal get good?
No.
Like the beginning of Crystal kind of sucked, but
Apparently it gets good in season 3.
Crystal gets good in season 3. That's when they actually started injecting like personality back into the characters.
Yeah.
Because surprise, surprise, the manga doesn't have a lot of personality for most of the characters outside of Usagi. Like they're just kind of like there with no identities of their own.
Yeah. All right. Any final thoughts on any of these lists?
I was gonna say I think my only I can't, and I've made jokes about this before, but the only show on any of these lists, and probably was some of the only anime ever that I couldn't watch because of the aesthetics, is Clonad, because their eyeballs freak me the fuck out.
Oh
Dude, that's
God.
nothing compared to the key earlier stuff.
Yeah.
Like, you watch Air and their eyeballs are just like their entire head. It's just one giant eyeball.
Yeah, it's
walking
it's
around.
their giant eyeballs, and then stuff like Holic with their 6 feet long fingers, and I just can't handle it. I'm like, no, I can't.
Well, that's just
I've
clamping.
Noodle
got
people.
Key and Clamp in my top
Yeah,
10.
I can't handle that shit.
Hey, I had a clamp show in my top 10, but it was old style clamp before everybody turned into noodle
All
people.
noodles.
Back when everybody was just shiny
The-
as shit.
The key eyes have been getting dramatically smaller as years go by, though. They're just like gradually shrinking them back to normal.
Well, yeah,
They've turned the radiation
Naga-
down.
Naga is better about that than Itaru Hinoe. So
Yeah.
it makes sense.
I love Naga. He's probably my favorite character.
Yeah, because it's probably one of the only parts in anime when it comes to the aesthetics that I feel like a hypocrite, because I'm always talking about how people should watch old stuff because it's still very good, because though it doesn't look modern, since it's not an uncommon opinion that older anime is unwatchable because it's quote unquote ugly. But man, I just can't handle like the big eyes and the long fingers. Can't do it unless it's a horror show, I guess, because that's freaky and that bothers me.
All right, so
I have a final thought on Kestrel's number 1, and it's that I should probably finish
correct.
Fullmetal Alchemist
You
Brotherhood.
should.
You're
I made it like 10 episodes in and then stopped for some reason.
You can listen to the entire first hour of our episode 80, I believe. It's all spoiler free. So yeah, watch that show.
Nice.
I watched it similar to how you are watching or were watching Steins Gate with Kestrel. I was watching Fullmetal with Kestrel, though. I skipped ahead near the end and just like binged the last 13 episodes until I just couldn't handle it anymore.
It's a good thing to hear.
I was like, no, I can't wait. 4 months to finish this. Like, this isn't happening.
Those last 13 episodes are just perfection the entire way through.
Yeah, so it's I was too weak to willingly restrain myself to one episode at a time. I was like, no, I can't do this. It's right here in front of me. The buffet is in front of me. I must eat.
I'm glad. Yeah, I guess on that note, of everyone on this show, other than myself, DJ is the only one whose number 1 I've actually seen, surprisingly enough, for as much anime as I watch. So probably not going to watch like several hundred episodes of Prince of Tennis right now, but I'll give Kyosugiga a watch in the next week or 2.
Yay! I'm excited.
Yeah.
That is definitely bite-sized. You can manage
Yeah.
it. That anybody can manage
The only reason I didn't watch it at first was because I wasn't sure if the OVAs and ONAs were necessary. So I'll definitely check out the TV show.
Yeah. They are not. They are just re-edited, essentially. So,
All right.
indeed.
We good to round this out?
Yeah, let's
Cool.
wrap it.
You can find Phantom Post Radio anywhere you find podcasts. Please subscribe, rate, and review. We are on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Amazon Music, Spotify, SoundCloud, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Alexa, PhantomPost.com, and you can also listen to the podcast on Facebook now. You can also follow us on Facebook and Twitter at Phantom Post Radio and get in contact with us via either of those means or email at phantompostradio@gmail.com. You can find me on Twitter at FullmetalKyoma, and you can find my 10 to 30 year retrospective articles on every anime on my top 10 that's at least 10 years old on fandompost.com, including one that I just wrote this month for Hunter x Hunter.
You can find me on Twitter at DJ No Style. You can find my game on patreon.com/lessonsinlove.
I guess I'll go next. This is Darius here. You'll find me on Facebook. I'm not sure if it's D Waston 999 or Darius Waston 999. I honestly can't remember. My brain's fried. And you'll find me on Twitter the same way. I may have something crazy as my profile picture. I likely will have something crazy. And I guess do some more 10 to 30 year later articles. In fact, emphasis on the 30-year later articles because I'm old and crotchety. Yay. And that's it from me. Yeah.
You can find me on Twitter at SonicBug. And you can find my reviews on our website with everything else.
And you can find me right here, nowhere else.
Yeah, exclusive. All right. Thank you to everyone who sent in a list, and especially everyone who listened this far. We must be past 5 hours by now, probably like 5 hours and, I don't know, 15 minutes. So thanks for joining. We'll be back with a much shorter episode next time, where we'll catch up on the news, including news that Kane spoiled, as well as the fall 2021 season. So until then, see ya.
Retroactively send me your energy.
Yeah, good luck, Kate.
Monstrosity.
We love you, Kate.
Oh, God.
And goodbye, listeners. Thank you.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.